I love to fly up in the sky. Through the clouds I reach so high, climbing up to touch the light. Adventure calls me day and night. The wind, it sings a melody, guiding where I long to be. I'll spread my wings and chase the sun. No limits when the dream's begun. The world below fades out of sight as I soar into the light. The stars above begin to shine, painting trails so bright and fine. Every turn brings something new, endless skies in brilliant blue. The wind, it sings a melody, guiding where I long to be. I'll spread my wings and chase the sun. No limits when the dream's begun. The world below fades out of sight as I soar into the light. I'll spread my wings and chase the sun. No limits when the drum's begun. The world below fades out of sight as I soared into the light.
Beyond ATC connected.
Hello everyone. Oh, that's not a good camera. Welcome to this amazing, unique flight that we're having today. We are taking this absolutely, I would say historical, classic, whatever you want to call it. It's a plane that lives in my imagination. Unfortunately, I never got the chance to fly it in real life, but I saw it flying many times when I was young, and it is one of the most beautiful planes ever designed, in my humble opinion. This is part of my top 3, actually. Number 1 is the A350, can't go around the 50. Number 2 is this plane, and number 4 is the 747. My favorite all-time aircraft. Not just in terms of design, but especially by design. And it is a beautiful plane. This is the brand new Inibuilds L-1011 Tristar. This is the 500 variant. It's not just the latest, it's the most advanced as well, and Inibuilds decided to go for it with this aircraft. It is a 3-pilot operation, and that's a bit intimidating. And as you will see, some of the items that we are so used to have automation will unfortunately not be available. Fortunately or unfortunately? Why would it be fortunately? Well, we are used to flying automation so much that sometimes we forget that back in the day, planes relied a lot more on pilot skill than actual computers doing the job. This is one of the best examples of how advanced an aircraft can be for its time and still, in modern terms, look very old-fashioned. This is a very analog plane, as you'll see, and a lot of the stuff that we usually do on Airbuses or Boeing aircraft will be pretty standard, done by the computer, pretty quick, and just fly and forget it. But for this plane, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on your perspective, it's going to take a little longer to do stuff. It's going to require more steps. It's going to require a lot more parallel activity. And yeah, first, before we go into the flight prep, let's just take a look around at this amazingly well-designed aircraft by Inibuilds. You can say whatever you want about Inibuilds, but they surely know how to model these aircraft. Be that modern as the A350 or oldies like the A300 and the L-1011, certainly, and of course not forgetting the A340. Now, you will see that this plane has a lot of external quirks. The number one are these intakes for the various this is the pressurization systems. There's also these vents for the, probably, I'm not really entirely sure if these are all for the avionics refresh cooling, but they certainly look old. They certainly look, it comes from a different era. But as always, even though the plane is an oldie, you can see that Inibuilds saves no efforts in modeling into these aircraft. Look at this. Even the rivets are there. Look at that. This is amazing. Again, you can say whatever you want about Inibuilds. They can, in terms of software and all that, but they certainly know how to design these aircraft, these complex machines, especially these older machines that have little quirks. You can see the braking discs there. They're completely exposed. This is something you don't see in modern jets, or maybe you do. It's just not usually. And all the cables are modeled. This is really cool, as well as the gear well. The plane has a lot of little appendages, little inlets and outlets. This is weird to see what appears to be a static port on the back of the aircraft. Look at all these. There's a grill here, there's another grill there. All of these are vents, probably. This one probably for the APU, which is inside this housing here. And that's the APU exhaust right there. So usually it's on the tail, but on the tail you'll find engine number 2. So there's no room for an engine. Well, APU is an engine, but you get what I'm trying to say. Also, look at old school wing root design. Very old school. The wings themselves are very old school, so no winglets, of course. Very thick wings. They're now a little more slick and curved. These are very, very robust looking. Remember, Lockheed was primarily, and still is to this day, a military company. So a lot of the military knowledge came came to the drawing board when designing the L-1011. And this plane served actually a few air forces, mainly as personnel, VIP transportation, but also as a refueler, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I'm mistaken, sorry if I am. But I believe this plane served the Royal Air Force and other air forces. And of course, as a commercial airliner, even though about 250 units were ever built, so not a really numerous airplane, it was quite popular back in the day. British Airways, of course, is the most known airline to fly it, but also Delta flew it quite extensively, and of course this airline that we're representing today, TAP Air Portugal, they had the 500, exactly this model. This is the shorter model for the L-1011. There were bigger, the first ever, the Dash 1 I believe it's called, was much wider, well not much, but stretched. You can imagine this section here being a little longer and the tail as well. The 500 was the shortest, but yet the most capable, and believe it or not, it had a bigger range, even though it was a smaller. Why? Because the wings are also bigger. They were redesigned, and the fuel tanks are redesigned. So this plane has the best range and the best performance of all the L-1011s, the 500 series, but it lacks in passenger capacity and cargo capacity and MTOW compared to modern aircraft, of course. So that's it. Beautiful texture. You have a lot of textures to download from the Inibuilds launcher. I flew with this plane a couple of times already, and the first time went completely miserable because I wasn't familiar with the plane. Second time went a lot better. I was about to make a third flight, but I decided to not to, because I wanted to fly this with you guys, not alone. My experience has been mixed, to be honest, and I'll talk about it during the flight. The plane is very cool to look at, very cool to fly actually by hand, but it's a pain to program and it's a pain to navigate as well. It belongs to an era where these planes really did require 3 members of a crew, 3 crew members, and flying solo on this type of aircraft is overkill. We do have some shortcuts, as you will see. We do have some items that you can just use, I wouldn't say artificial intelligence, but use automation inbuilt by Inibuilds. But you will understand that this plane was not designed to be flown by one single person. A few items that I wish to add. There's still no GSX passenger support. There's also a few quirks regarding GSX integration in full. Also beyond ETC integration, the beyond ETC simply doesn't understand this is an old plane. That's about it. So it might give you something to do that you may not be able to perform, such as RNAV approaches, which this plane is of course not capable of doing. We do have a GPS on board, but we're not RNAV capable. And if beyond ETC does give us RNAV approaches, we can do it because we have the charts and we can follow the charts. But we shouldn't be given RNAVs because they require a level of precision this plane is not capable of. Another item that you will see is the inertial navigation that requires your full attention during the pre-flight and during flight, and that require a multi-crew, in my humble opinion, and that's not available, of course, because I'm flying solo. Why do I say that? Well, there's an automation that you will see, I'll explain later, regarding INS updating the nav points, but it really does require a second hand at some point, and you'll see how extensive the pre-flight and all that will be. So without further ado, let's go into the cockpit, and before we even start playing, let's also take a look at the cabin so you can see some of the features inside. Alright, first things first, Betsy's not here today, unfortunately. First things first, let me get some external power here so we can turn on the lights. This is a night flight. So let's connect the GPU. Let's bring the battery. Let's just waiting for the connection. Alright, where's the battery? I know it's here somewhere. So this is the engineer panel, and it already looks intimidating, but don't worry, there's the battery too. The switch. Alright, battery comes alive, some things turn on, but not available
Swift
yet.
919 Foxtrot. Traffic engine to Alpha with the Amri 14 transition. Runway 14. Report ready for descent. Traffic engine to Alpha with the Amri 14 transition. Runway 14. Swift 919 Foxtrot.
Alright, much better. Alright, so external power on. Alright, so this is let me bring what I wanted to bring. I wanted to bring the thunderstorm. Alright, so this is the engineer panel. As you can see, it is full of gizmos. What this has been, well, this was an entire workstation, and a third pilot would be sitting here flying the plane along with the first officer and the captain. What eventually happened after the L-1011 generation was that this station was suppressed and was replaced by something called the ICAS on the Boeing or the ECAM on Airbuses. So everything that's in here has been abbreviated into electronics and logics, and some of the items have also been transported to the modern day overhead panels. So ECAM, ECAS, and overhead panels now pretty much have all these gizmos connected to it. As you can see, it's a fully analog aircraft, and this is going to bring us a few challenges, but if you know your basics, Olá, Dinis, boa tarde. If you know your basics, you will know how to fly this plane, for sure. It just takes a little longer to do stuff and extra steps. Let's just make the GPS start up. Alright, so let's go. First, before we leave, look at this. Due to safety hazards, you will no longer see wood applied to aircraft because it's flammable. And you'll definitely not have your oxygen bottle exposed like that. So all of these nowadays are a big no-no in aviation. This is pretty much an aviation hazard. But look at that. Different era. Lots of wood in these panels. Even the little hangers here have like a wardrobe, have a wood construction. Pretty cool. But let's go inside. Let's look at the cabin before we do anything else. This door could open a little faster. Oh, another thing, the jump seat is a full-on seat. It's not just some flipped jump seat. And look at that. There's a second jump seat right next to the captain. Look at the view. I can only imagine what it would be like to fly as a guest, you know, right after the pilot. I mean, look at the view we'll have from here. It's what in modern days pilots have their GoPros mounted right there. The flickering is noted. I've noticed this before, so never mind that. That's reflection not working well. But yeah, this would be my view if I was a guest on this airplane sitting on this seat. Oh, thank you, but we're still getting ready for everything else. This is the other jump seat, also a nice view, but not as good as that one for sure. So this is the first class section, and you will see that this plane belongs to an era that no longer exists. And it's unfortunate. Back in the day, flying was a luxury, and this is kind of pinnacle of luxury back then in the 70s. This plane flew in the 70s, 80s, and some airlines even flew it till the 90s. But this is definitely a 90s cabin design and seats. Very comfortable. Well, I would say comfortable, not very, compared to modern day first class chairs. There was no such thing as premium economy or anything like that. It was just first class or economy, and you can see that right here. Cabin design overall is all the same for between textures. I don't really like this red color. It kind of looks like a 70s club, but it is cool. Look at that. That's a very old school projector. You didn't have in-flight entertainment like you have today, being individualized per seat. I flew in A310s from TAP Portugal. They no longer had the projectors, so there will be a screen here that you could use to project video. There wouldn't be any projectors in the A310s, but you certainly have CRT monitors that would fall off from the overhead bins, and it would be a crazy experience because they would literally fall down when they were needed, and it was scary at times. So CRT monitors, heavy CRT monitors coming down over your head was not a good idea back in the day, but hey, it's what we had. But As for the cabin itself, look at that. Extra wide 232 configuration. There are bigger, wider planes these days, but very wide. But above all, look at the overhead space. Nowadays, this space here on the top is mostly, well, it's lower. So the cabin is a little lower between what you would expect with a modern day airliner. So the cabin sits higher on modern airliners so that you have more cargo capacity below. But this plane, it was more or less, well, I wouldn't say divided by the middle on the circumference, but certainly it has a much taller cabin, and the effect is cavernous. Look at that. You don't see this any day. And notice that the seats on the middle don't have overhead bins. All of these bins are related to, you know, the set for the zone. So these 3 seats here will probably put their luggage either here or on the other side. Regardless, the bins are huge. Nowadays they're flatter. These are much taller, and look at that. They're also deep if they go all the way to the back. Unfortunately, none of this is interactive. I'm not sure if Inibuilds is planning on having that. This particular airplane misses one specific feature that some L-1011s had. Right there in the center, there used to be like a lounge for the first class, so they would come down here like I can show you probably in a future flight with a different airline. TAP Portugal certainly didn't have that, and but there's like a lounge that goes beneath into the cargo hold area where we are right now, and it was really a fancy thing, something you don't see. Well, you do see it today with the A380, and the 747 also had an upper deck bar section, but not a lounge that goes beneath the floor. That was very 70s style. This plane had it. It even had a little door that you can go outside from that area. This plane is not equipped. And look at this. How far have we come in modern day aviation when the economy class seats on the L-1011 had a lot more leg room than a modern day Ryanair flight. Look at that. But here's something very peculiar about this plane. Notice that there are no loos here for the first class. There is a loo there up front. I didn't show you there because we can't really go in anyway. The doors don't operate yet. A lot of stuff is still pending work. There is a loo here. You can see. There it is. And there's another one here. And it's probably for the use of the crew. This is the center galley with no dividers. This is really weird to see. Most of the times the dividers will be somewhere over here. This one doesn't. So mostly I would say the crews use these two loos, but I would say first class probably could use it. But if you're unfortunate to be sitting right here on the center of the aircraft, even if you're in first class, you have to walk all the way to the front. No big deal. But consider if you're sitting right on these seats over here. I'm not sure if you could go up there to those loos. Probably not. You would have to go all the way to the back. Modern day jets are not like that. There's a loo in the middle of the aircraft. There's a loo in the front, a loo in the back. Especially in long-haul flights, it's very important to have multiple loos distributed throughout the aircraft. This one has 5 loos sitting on the tail, and you can imagine that these are very loud loos. Why? Well, number 2 engine is right above you. Look at that. Of course, we're clipping through the aircraft, but you can get the idea. So this is the S-shaped duct that goes to engine number 2, and right beneath them you got the loo. So I would imagine this will be a very, very loud experience to go into the loo. None of these doors open, none of the overhead bins operate, none of the trays come down. I'm not sure why these seats have trays, to be honest, but I bet they made just one chair and copy pasted throughout the airplane. So yeah, plane from another era. Lots have changed. you can notice that even the way the hangers for these chairs are so different nowadays. These look very flimsy. Yeah, so old school phones to talk to the cockpit, and it's crazy to see that there's 4 phones behind right over here in the midsection. Not sure why there's so many phones required. There's 2 more up ahead. That's reasonable. I would say 1 it would be enough for all sections, but I guess you need one telephone per door. Notice that these doors are offset. So this door here is offset from L1, L2. Right one, R1 is offset from L1. This is a little quirk, a design quirk. So yeah, very cool feature. Again, one day I will make one flight with one of the aircraft that to have the lounge, so you can appreciate it. And well, look at that. Taffy tape, campfire, French frauds. Is that really how it's called? Coca-Cola, old school cans. If you can notice, look at that. Even the openers are old school. Budweiser beer, of course. And what was that? There's wine here. Old Olmsted. Nice. Is this wine or champagne? It's wine. And that one is probably, yeah, it's probably wine. So yeah, old school trays, by the way, with the little colored steps. I remember these trays with the little shelf on the top. Really cool. These are hangers, old school fasteners. Old school, very old school, very old. Alright, so let's get this show on the road. Notice the door isn't armored. Notice you don't even have a peephole. Yeah, no one would dare come into the cockpit, I mean. So, different eras, different times. Okay, so, first of all, let's turn off the storm lights and let's illuminate the cockpit. Like I said earlier, this is a very peculiar plane. I'm still learning it, so there's some items that I'm probably gonna mess up, because I've messed up in my couple of flights that I've done. Bear with me. I will try to get us to our destination at least. Lots of little lights, as you can see. We need to make this really bright. I really like the idea of having some modern items like this screen here, which wasn't equipped on as default for the L-1011. According to Inibuilds, Saudi Arabia had this screen for the navigation data, but most planes did not have that. This is of course something you can choose in the menu. You can come here and choose lots of these items. So for example, you can choose to have that map display screen down there. You can also choose to have INS, GPS, RadNav only with no INS or GPS. This is very old school, just using needles. You can have INS, as we will fly today, GPS only, so removes the INSs, or GPS and INS, which is what we got here. So the GPS, this is a Garmin 430, very aftermarket, it's placed in a way that you can clearly see it's not supposed to be part of the panel, the original panel. This GPS system can receive flight plans, and you can operate with it. We will not be bothered with that today, because I honestly believe that we can fly without it. But it's cool to have it here, and it's also cool to have it because it can aid us in modern day navigation. I'm not expecting today to have many issues with the navigation, because I flew this particular flight back to Lisbon and everything worked okay. But still, if you wish to have like a certain level of navigation aids, besides the INS. As you will see, it's a bit complicated to use. Then you can simply fly it like you would fly a Cessna with the Garmin 1000. It's pretty much the same, and it couples with the autopilot. Or I think it couples. To be honest, I've never tried it, so maybe I'm saying something stupid. It could couple with the autopilot, but don't quote me on that because I didn't try, to be honest. And certainly, again, like I said, we certainly don't need it, as you will see. And of course, it's always more fun to be challenged when flying. A lot of stuff you can do right here. For example, cabin brightness. This is, by the way, this is not an electronic flight bag. They call it a paper flight bag, and as you can see, it simulates like one of those old school clipboards. Yeah, clipboard or something, and it's cool to see. And it is designed in such a way that it doesn't sound modernized, but there are some modern items to it, as you will see. The flight engineer, of course, is the most complex part of this plane, so you can see right there. Let's give it some light. You can see right there that it looms behind us as this big wall of a lot, and yeah, it can scare off many people, believing that not only is complicated, it's already complicated to fly who has pilot, not having a co-pilot. Now imagine needing to operate this entire engineer panel. But don't worry. Are these Staedtler pens? Yeah, they're highlighters. Very old school. And of course the little Inibuilds pen. They always put this on their planes. This one doesn't work, but that one does. Oh my. Where did this come from? That's a little Easter egg right there I just found. Yeah. Alright, so first aid we got is the checklists. These are interactive, fully interactive checklists, just like we saw with the MD-11. And when you don't know a plane, it's always good to have these because they will tell you where stuff is. So let's go to pre-flight and let's perform the cockpit safety inspection. So essential radio number 2, and let's see, you press the little I and it will show you what buttons to press. It's very handy. It just doesn't complete automatically for you, but that's fine. Check gear lever down. Gear lever is down. Check speed brake handle forward. There it is. This plane is equipped with ACS, so DCS, I'm sorry, so dynamic control surfaces, and it's amazing to see that the spoilers will help us a lot during the various different phases of flight, especially during landing. Flap and flap handle, flaps and flaps handle agree, so flap is set up. And where's the flap indicator on this plane? It's very odd because I've never seen the flap indicator, and we should see an agree. So it's only pointing us to the flap handle. So throttle checks idle, fuel ignition switch is all set to off. Transponder is on standby as it should. Modern transponder, you can find these transponders on modern jets. Radar is off, so just the button is depressed out, unpressed. Standby power set to arm. So this is the flight engineer's job, so let's ask him to do that. So this is one of the ways you can do it. You can go in and you can either ask him to complete one single item sorry, or you can auto-complete the entire phase. So what we're going to do now is we're going to start APU. We got GPU on, but we're going to start APU so that we have an APU system available for us, and it will also set the standby power. Now I don't think this particular item is modeled because you can see that either pressing the look at there's nothing to it. And once you go back here to the standby power, so you see this, the DC standby bus, it says fail. So either I'm missing something or I don't believe it's being modeled yet. So in order to make this work, we just go autocomplete.
Now. Stand by.
And now it's going to turn on the APU. There is APU power. You see that the door is in transit. Let's take a look at the doors. APU starting up. Some of these items need some polish, like the APU looks a bit too shiny. There's the APU powering up. Alright, let's go back in the cockpit. So APU will become available, and you have 3 modes. So the fuel pumps have been turned on. Well, not the fuel pumps, but the valves have been opened. There are 3 modes: minimum mode, normal mode, and max mode. Now, for general operation, you go to norm, but if you want to start engines, for example, you go to minimal mode. So let's go to standby power, set arm. So again, we don't have that. Flight engineer panel, lights as required. We already did that. Overhead panels as required. Main panel lights as required. Center console as required, and center console lights. This is the flood. This is the lights as required. So GPU is connected. External power light available. External power switch set to on is already on. And bus ties breakers, so we need to just close all the bus ties right here. So they're all closed already, so we can do that. APU start has been performed. 1 tank boost pump on. So at least the APU needs at least. Hello, Andrew. Don't worry about it. The fuel pumps need APU needs at least 1 fuel pump, and the start switch has been done after the GPU generated fuel and brakes. So we need to latch. So we need to press in. That's the latch function on these buttons. So they're both on, and bus ties breakers to close, as they all are, as you can see. So if ground air conditioning will be used, ground air conditioning set on, and this is done on the air conditioning panel, which is, that's the cabin pressure. There's a PAX. So we can either set the PAX selection to 1, 2, or 3. So we can set in the ground tab. Oh, so we need the AC card, because this plane cannot, the APU cannot power the, there it is. So it's a bit loud because it's a diesel engine. So now we're going to go for back control. Now we can set up the PAX. So now that we have the external power on, you can see that it's been pressurized, and now we have air conditioning flowing. APU mode selected to norm. Again, we only set to engine start, we only set it to min mode. Hot air valve switch need to be latched on, and they are now. And hot air isolation latches. So you see, guys, you don't really need to know exactly where stuff is, at least at first. You just need to know what you're doing. So basically, we are just moving air around the plane, so making sure that the system is operating, recycling air, and that's it. So all INSs align. Now there's where the fun starts. So there's one INS right here set to align. This is INS 1. This plane has 3 INSs. This is INS 3, and this is INS 2. So That INS is sole responsibility of the co-pilot. INS 1 is captain's, and the INS 3 operates this one on our back. So there are 3 INS panels, but these two have 2 CDUs, but this one right here does not have a CDU, but it does have the controller systems. And that's probably the flight engineer's responsibility, but I believe the captain operates them all if needed. So why do we have 3? The plane can fly with just 1 INS, but if you can have 3 for redundancy, that would be great. And of course, the co-pilot has an intervention during the flight as you will see, the limitations are require 2 people to operate this plane. Fortunately, Inibuilds implemented a little automation. It's a little cheating, but it does work. That's what matters. So, flight engineer station, we just asked them to check all the systems. So we're going to skip this. Better set controls. So cabin pressure. We're going to need to set QNH. And for that we will listen to ATIS.
Delta Echo Ask Romeo Charlie to NH1021, expect radar vectors for ILS runway 03.
So, as you can see, oh, the radios.
Delta Echo Ask.
Oh, here we go. So the radios are a little bugged. Not sure what's going on here. So let's now tune in to ATIS.
Landing runways 25 right, 25 left. Departing runways 18, 25 cent. Transition level 050. Bird activity in vicinity of airport. Advise on initial contact to have information Romeo.
We got Romeo.
Frankfurt main airport information Romeo. 1902 Zoom. Wind 110 at 4. Ceiling and visibility okay. Temperature 09. To void -01. QNH 1022. Landing runways 25 right, 25 left. Departing runways 18.
So as you can see,
transition level 050. Bird activity in vicinity of airport.
Everything's
Advise
analog.
on initial contact to have information Romeo.
So cross-checked and on
Frankfurt
the...
main airport information Romeo. 1902
I was wondering if we do have an altimeter here, yeah, for the cabin, climb
Landing
though.
runways 25 right, 25 left. Departing runways 18.
So,
25
barrel set.
Transition level 050.
And we're going to set our cruise. So first of all, we need our flight plan. So here we got set to FMS. So the flight plan waypoints are there. I'll explain what I just did in a moment. And our cruise, so we got step climbs. We are not going to be able to accomplish that, so we go 360. So let's go here and set 3.
Transition level 050. Bird activity in vicinity of airport. Advise on initial contact to have information.
Very scrolly.
Frankfurt main airport information Romeo. 1902 Zoom. Wind 110 at 4. Ceiling and visibility okay.
4,
Temperature 09. To void -01. QNH 1022. Landing runways
3909, is that a 9?
Departing runways 18. 25 cent. Transition
Looks like
level
a
050. Bird activity in vicinity of airport. Advise on initial
Either too
contact
fast
to
or
have
too
information
slow.
Romeo.
34, 35.
Frankfurt main airport information Romeo. 1902 Zoom. Wind 110 at 4. Ceiling and visibility
36,
okay.
alright.
Temperature 09.
Let's go back to
void
clearance.
-01.
Yeah, these digits are being very much affected by DLSS. Alright, much better. So let's request clearance.
Air Portugal 1011 Heavy, on our way to Lisbon.
Air Portugal 1011 Heavy, Frankfurt delivery. Expect runway 18, Starboard to limit departure, squawk 0445.
Starboard to limit departure, squawk 0445. Air Portugal 1011 Heavy.
Alright,
Air
so
Portugal 1011 Heavy, reback correct. Contact ground 121.755 when ready for push or start.
Ground This plane ready for pushback or engine start. Air Portugal 101 heavy.
This plane, of course, will not be able to recognize what a SID or a star does or what it is, but there's a way to go around this by coming here on the menu and on the aircraft, and you can import SID stars as waypoints, which I already have it on. So these waypoints here already include the SIDs and stars that we are supposed to take. As you can see, the INS system will take from only 9 waypoints, but the entire, let's take this out of the way, but the entire flight will be set up here on all these waypoints, and you can see they're even ID'd. SAMAX, PT812, these are all approach points for Lisbon and P6. We all know what Inibuilds and P6 are. So all the steer points are here. In total there are 38 steer points or waypoints, but the INS system will only load 9. So how do we solve that? If we were doing this the old way, the original way, we would have to insert waypoint 1 through 9, and then when we reach waypoint 9 we'll start over and insert 9 more points, 9 more points, then 9 more points until we reach our destination. Fortunately, Inibuilds implemented an automation that allows us to just import the flights from nav data from our flight plan, and then that would be inserted automatically as they expire. So when we reach INS 9, the system will automatically insert the next 9 and so forth. So that for me is a huge help, as you can imagine. But still we need to do some stuff. Now, first of all, we need to tell the plane where it is. So it's telling me right now that it's at 000, heading 72. And if we look at the magnetic compass, that is definitely not in the right position, looking the wrong way. That's because the INS is still aligning. So how do we do this? How do we solve this? Well, you need to go to the charts, and this is something that not a lot of people will be able to do it. By the way, we need to set cruise, okay, and we need to now get into the INS system for the overhead preparation, because now we need to set up where we are. So as you can see, the map is not initialized, and it's telling me set the initial track first. What's the initial track? Well, that's where we are. The plane doesn't know where it is. There's no stored heading like we have on most modern airplanes. So how do we do this? So we come here. You can either do this, or you can use the LIDO charts embedded on the plane. Whoops. It's loading. And as you can see, I already have my flight plan loaded here. But you can also do this right here on the charts. You can come to airport. Of course, you need to select the airport. And you need to come down to the gates references. So we need to know where we are in terms of GPS positioning, or for this matter, for the INS positioning. So we need to come here to, most airports have it. Where could it be? Parking stands. Alright, so we are now at gate Delta 4, and we come down here and we look for the Delta gates. There it is. We can just go to this page. So these are the INS coordinates for every gate on this airport. And as you can see here, we have gate Delta 4, the Delta 1A through Delta 4B, and these are the coordinates, northing and easting. And what we need to do is just pass that to the INSs and tell them this is where we are. I can also load this here to this chart, because I believe that will help us a lot more than having it on the paper flight bag. But you know what it is, and the LIDO charts are also available for free in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, so you'll always have this information with you. So let's go to the probably taxi, and now INS coordinates or parking stands, and there it is, INS coordinates. So same page as this one, only this one I can transport down here, and we can start inserting the data. So let's see, where's Delta 4? Right here. So it's the second one from below. So we insert the data by going to position and then pressing November for north. Now 5003, and then we can abbreviate it to 0. Alright, so 50.03.0 November. Now we set insert, and this will bring us, there's a reflection there, but you guys can believe me. We go easting, and now it's 0, 0, 0. So easting again is 008 352. So 352. And again insert. So now the plane knows what it is. We just need for the INS to load. So we can put it here on the SRTK STS, and that will give us a timer of how long it's taking to load the positioning. I'll show you on this panel because it's probably a little better to see. So again, November 50. We need to do this on all INS systems, by the way. Insert easting 008. Once you get the gist of it, it's pretty much rinse and repeat. Insert. Alright, and now we go here to the system, and you see it's taking 90 seconds to load. You can reduce the waiting time by setting it instant or fast. I think I got it on fast. Let me confirm that. You come here to the menu, aircraft, and yeah, INS alignment time. I set it to fast, but you can set it realistic, and I would say it takes a good chunk of time to do so. But if you set it on fast, you saw that it's only 90 seconds, or you can set it instant, and it will go on instantly. So let's do this on the third INS. Again, you only need to do this on one INS, to be honest, but let's not be lazy. So north 50. Whoops. Already had north. So north 5003, insert, then easting 008 and 352, and insert. Then we go here to see 90 seconds. It's all right. Now, of course, once this system is done, the plane knows where it is, but we still need to tell it to follow the next flight plan, and we'll get to that once it's aligned. For now, we don't need this anymore. We can come back to our checklists and carry on with the rest. So we'll set this for last. So captain and first officer windshield heat set. So we need to latch the two buttons, and it's set. And now for the side windows, it's all these 1, 2, 3, and 4. So by latching, you're simply pressing them in, which is something you don't see every day on modern airline. Not anymore, for sure. Now for the ignition, we'll set today for Alpha, and INS 3 we'll also leave it for last, but we need to check the alignment. So external lights, let's turn on the logo lights right here. There, it's already turned on. Actually, no, this one to turn on is to go down. That's my Airbus heritage. So logo on and position set to on. Emergency lights. So let's arm the emergency lights. Is these two switches right here for the emergency lighting and standby power. You can see that we just flip it up and close the guard, and seatbelt signs set to on, as well as no smoking. We can now turn on also the eye locators from this gizmo right here. And for now, we're just waiting for the INSs to align. When they do align, and they're probably near alignment, that one is 30 seconds away, a green light will turn on in ready. When it does that, you switch to nav. So, as you guys can see, we are doing this very slowly. Fortunately, the flight isn't long, otherwise would stay here airborne forever. In the meantime, we can take a look at our navigation, because we're going to need to set some extra stuff here for the flight. So we come down here to our flight. So this is the SID, Sobra to Lima, which we don't need to insert, we're just going to fly over it. So we then need to go to Hanover, then go to Brussels, and look at that, all these are waypoints, navigational waypoints, but there's an occasional VOR. So this is one, DI Delta India Kilo, it's 114.40, and we're going to set that right here. So 114.40. So yeah, we're going to fly needles. If needed, of course, because the plane is perfectly capable to fly INS only. But we may need to use needles, and we certainly need to tune in for the next VOR, just in case things don't go as planned. So 144.40. We can switch this to norm, although it's part of the checklist to do it later, but you can see this one was already on norm. Alright, we should be... Damn, that line over there is just blinding. Alright, so this one's on nav. We can set it up. This one's also on nav, and we're waiting for the number 3 when it's ready. So it's 14 seconds. We can set this back to waypoint, because now we're going to set it up for the waypoint. So how do we do that? So right now it's these two digits right here. This one's where you're at, and this one where you'll go, more or less. It's a little more complicated than that, but you just it's just saying that, well, we're on 0 and we're now going to 0. Let's change that. So how do we do that? We select TK changed, and we set from 0 to 1, and magic will happen. You'll see. Insert, and bim, bang. Oh, bingo. We got our map. And as you can see, this map right here is just giving me part of the route. The reason being, it's only the first 9 steer points. But as you can see, we're going to fly like a big balloon down to Lisbon. The only downside from this map is that there's no interaction. You can only see what that point number is, but you cannot, like, at least I cannot find a way to zoom in. None of these knobs work, of course, because these are inoperable. But yeah, I would really like a feature that instead of just pressing and seeing what each waypoint it is, I would oh, hold on. I'm just stupid. Sorry guys, it's been there all along. I just didn't see it. So you see, these are the first 9 waypoints, and as we reach waypoint number 9, INS 9 right there, it's going to continue to insert all the steer points after that, including that VOR we just tuned. Well, we tuned, but it's not there yet. Now, as the INS is set for our navigation, we press INS, and our HSI will move towards the heading that is set for the first waypoint, which is waypoint 1, and that's exactly what we want. So INS 3 is done. So we have performed the overhead preparation completed. Main panel preparation. So radio INS selected. Now that we got our INS set up, we just set to INS. We got nav1 frequency set to 11440 and cross check for nav1, and nav1 DME set to norm. So now for the pilot's IAS, we need to go and first of all we need to load the plane. So let's hope GSX cooperates. So we're gonna open the door for cargo first. It takes a little longer to open. There it is. There's the cargo doors opening. Pretty cool. Look at that. And now the gate's connecting to L2 probably. Yeah, it's going for L2. There's L2 door opening. So yeah, it's doing its thing. So the forward cargo door wasn't opening. Let's convince it to open. There it goes. I've noticed that the belt goes to the wrong cargo area, but maybe they've changed that. Yeah, the belt should go. Yeah, it's alright, it can go here. But there used to be a crate loaded on this little door here. This looked very stupid, but apparently that's been fixed by the newest or most recent GSX profile. That's good. Alright, so let's go back in. Let's carry on with the rest. So, after we get this, we need to go to the load sheet, import from SimBrief, and that will immediately set all the weights and fuel for this particular flight. It's a bit of a cheat, but it's better to do this way. And now we can go and calculate our performance. So first of all, let me just confirm we got pre-flight, and then it's going to be engine start. I'm still not familiar with the timings for the engineer panel, so that's why I keep consulting that, because I really don't know. So let's go for a takeoff brief performance. Now this plane can, come on, there it is. This plane can perform takeoffs in either of these flaps. I would consider flap 14 to be equivalent of flap 2 for Airbus, but we would certainly not need that much flap for a lighter plane, because we're flying in a very short flight considering. So we can sync the takeoff gross weight, the pressure, altitude, and the OAT, so the external temperature, and we can calculate that, and look at that. It gives us this beautiful handwritten takeoff data card. It's telling me that we are going to these are the EPR, so this is a Rolls-Royce engine, so no N1 EPRs. So it's telling me the EPR setting for takeoff, including go around, maximum continuous, and max power set fast if we want to go toga. So we need 643 on the.
Be advised, information zero no current. QNH 1022.
1022. It's set and cross-checked. So the initial climb, we will need EPR 582. So this is the EPR chart. This is the V1 speeds, VR speed, and the V2 speed. So 134, 138, 152. Very reasonable. Flap stand and the stabilizer trim set to 3.90. Another item you really need to take attention to are the minimum maneuver speeds. So when we go flaps, takeoff flaps, so in our case it's flaps 10, we need to retract them at 162 knots. This is very important so that we don't overspeed the flaps. And it's telling us right here what to do. 1000 feet AGL at or above this speed, set flaps 10. So above this, retract the flaps. We only have 1 point of flaps, so we might not have an issue here, but still, remember that you need to pay attention to this. So the flaps 10 are weirdly below flaps 10, and we just chose flaps 10. That's odd. So there's another setting for flaps 4. So we need to retract from takeoff flap, which should be flaps 10. So okay, so this is V2 plus 20, V2 plus 10. So V2 plus 10, 162 knots, reduce 1 point of flaps to flap 4. At 212 knots, reduce to flaps up. Actually, no. What? Sorry, I'm completely bugged out. Okay, so at 172 knots, clear to flaps 10. At 212 knots, clear to flaps 4, and at 222 knots, flaps up. That's more like it. I can't even read this stuff. All right, so now how do we look at this and make sure we don't flip up? Set bugs to our IS speeds. So here are our speeds. This is our flap 10 retraction speed, flap 4, and flap up. And then on that side we got everything depicted, replicated here. On the EPRs, there's our setting for the takeoff 6.643. So we just need to set our EPR thrust to that triangle there. I was told that the L-1011 is capable of auto thrust for takeoff, although it wasn't really a practice. So even though the plane was capable, the pilots would choose to move the handles to the EPR levels instead of having the plane do that for them. So we are still loading passengers, and look at that. Also still loading luggage and cargo. The crates are moving in. So for some reason L1 is open. Last time this happened, I shut L1 or 1L on this plane, and GSX just went nuts. So I won't do that. I'll allow it to work its way around this little quirk, because I think GSX doesn't want us to move any doors. It does that for us. So let's now set our performance. Sorry, takeoff performance. So our V2 is 152 knots. So we need to set IS here on V2 plus 70. So it's going to be now at 70 it's 222, right? 222, which is actually the speed for our flap full retraction. So 222, that's it for the IAS. So that's done. So set our runway heading. So let's bring up the charts for runway. Did we get runway? I believe it's runway 19er. Let's come back here to the routing. So paper, and more paper. Yeah, 18, runway 18. So let's go to our charts. Departure. Pin these charts as well. It's very handy to do so, by the way. So where's the airport data? Airport briefing. Passengers still being loaded. Such a big plane. Right, there it is. And now departure via Sauber to Lima. There it is. So you can see it's an RNAV departure. So this plane is unable to perform RNAV correctly or at all. But you will see that Oh, nice. We can have a METAR here. You will see that we have a little blessing because this plane has flight following, so we can easily just fly to the course we want, and the course that we do want is 176. So we're going to set course 176 for departure, and that will be also our initial heading. So let's set both of them for 176. So none of this is rushed. None of this is like automated in such a way that you can skip stuff. All right. Flight directors on. We were not. So heading runway 176. Flight directors on. Autopilot masters are off. Course 1 and 2 set. Altitude set and armed. So we need to arm the altitude by pressing this button right here. And it's now going to be set to climb at 400 feet per minute in order to reach our assigned altitude of flight level 360. Well, initial altitude. Toga. Is this it? No, this is the disconnect button. Where's the toga? I don't remember having the toga just being set. Nav1 DME set to norm. Altimeter set QNH. Standby altimeter QNH, and HSI set. Well, it's flagged now for some reason, but it's alright. Looks good. We are set. Oh, we need to set course. It's already course set 176 done. Alright. Center console prep INS 1 and 2's set. PMS set. Parking brake is set. Communication radio set. ADF. Now this plane is very ADF heavy, but unfortunately for us, ADF is not going to be used on this flight, but you can set your ADF here if you have it. Transponder set and standby. Radar set to standby, so the button is not pressed. INS 3 set, and rudder and aileron set neutral. It's more or less neutral. This one's neutral. Set. And ADF. Okay, so let's go for engine start now. So let's prep. Still our guy in the back. First of all, let's see if the doors are closed. We can close the bulk door and the cargo aft. Close this one, close that one. Alright, by the way, these doors are absolutely gorgeous because they move inside the plane and they're all automated. Pretty cool. So all INSs are in. Let's autocomplete the engine start panel.
Going through the engine startup flow. One moment, please, Captain.
So the bleed air.
That flow is all set. Aircraft is yours.
Bleed air is turned off, so we can set it for the engines. We're going to set the transponder to TARA, although it's not really needed, but still. So let's TARA set. Alright. Yeah. Seatbelt signs are on. Anti-collision lights set on. Start ignition set to alpha. Door lights are all out. We can see the door lights there. Oh, there are the door lights right there. They're all off. Fuel pump Minimum is 1, so we got all pumps running. Alright, APU set minimal mode. Right there. Packs 2 on. Set. Packs 1 and 3 off. What? Pack 2 on. Pack 2 on. 1 and 3 off. Alright. All engine isolation valve latches are in. Pneumatic pressure 24 psi minimum. Where's the pneumatic panel? Alright, pneumatic panel. Oh, hydraulic. Electrical. I'm still learning this plane, guys. Apologies. Let's just assume it's sufficient. Lights right. Oh, this is hydraulic. Engine bleed. So these are the pneumatic panels. So they all show 0. Well, I hope it's okay. Engine 2 ground start. So let's start number 2 first. But of course we need to push back. So let's prep the plane for pushback. Let's hope the gate engine shows up. Let's take a look outside. Can't see the gate agent. Let's ask again. Catering or refueling? Waiting for other services to complete. Catering and refueling. I didn't ask for. Oh. I didn't ask for that. GSX being GSX, I suppose. Come on, GSX, don't screw us. Oh my god, GSX is that piece of crap software. Keeps failing all the time. I'm gonna just reset GSX and just be on our way. And every time I go to their forum and mention something's not working, they get all defensive. There. Right, let's go back in and let's push back on our own because GSX decided not to.
All set. That last flow was completed as requested.
Alright, so let's go around. So we need to remove the GPU now. GPU powered down, we can remove it. We can say goodbye to the jetway. Let's hope it's moving back. Yep. Alright, let's perform our own pushback by going aft and releasing parking brake. Come on. Or we can just...
You need to set parking brakes to request ground services.
Oh my god. GSX is just... absolutely... A lot of people... Well, not a lot of people. A couple of people asked me, why do you still use GSX if it's so bugged? Well, it's the only one doing what it does. It's not like we have a choice. There comes the gate agent. Alright, let's request push and start.
Air Portugal 1011 Heavy. Gate data 4. Request push ag.
Air Portugal 1011 Heavy. Frankfurt apron. Pushback approved. Face west.
Face
Push
west.
west approved. Face west. Air Portugal 1011 Heavy.
Betsy's with us, although she's not in presence, but she's with us. She's talking with us. Of course, we don't have any indicator for all the systems operating, so we need to look at the analog. Oh, there's a standby altimeter. It's also set 1022. So it's telling us bypass pin inserted. We're gonna believe it because we don't see any indicator here, unless it's here on this point. It's locking gear. Part of the responsibility of the flight engineer is to perform all the tests, like the engine turbulence, cooling air, nacelle pylon overheat test, face west.
Release parking brakes, please.
Parking brake released.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Alright, there we go. Let's start number 2. Why is it not working? APU's running. These are all in. Fuel pumps are in. Engine number 2 is not starting. Oh, not on idle. Right. Why is it not starting? So, all INS's transponder set, seatbelt sign, start ignition A or B. It's on A. Door lights out, fuel pump minimum 1 set. APU set min mode. So probably right, can we now open? Nope, still no starter. What am I missing here? What am I missing here? Isolation valve latched. Pre-flight.
Please set parking brakes.
Parking brake set.
Waiting your
Captain, that last flow is done. The aircraft is set.
Come on. Alright, let's try to start it now. definitely not starting for some reason. Engines are on idle. INSs are ready. It's got to be something on the engineer panel. External power off. It's got to be set. APU set minimum mode. Packs 1 and 3 off. Pack 2 on. So pack 1 on. Backflow control. All these are in isolation. This button should light up, but it's not. And nothing is happening right now. I think it has something to do with the pneumatic pressure. 24 psi. So it's about 24. Everything checks out. What am I missing? So the hydraulic systems are down, but I think that's normal without... Do we need to put this in norm? APU set to norm. So the APU is powering everything. Oh, we need to power the galley. Yeah, something's not going well. Galley power to off. Bleed panel config.
Hey mate, just got that flow done. She's all set.
So the bleeder is... It turns off all the pack flows. The isolation valves are all fine and dandy, but no PSI. What am I missing? So if there's no... So this is the bleed air. Where's the pneumatic data? Engine fuel, engine oil, APU is on 100%, minimum mode as it should. Well, let's go to minimum mode. Yeah. I'm sorry guys, but this has not happened to me before. Do we need to put this... Oh, the hydraulic system wasn't on, so it's missing here. Could that be it? Without hydraulics, I don't think we can start the engines. Nah, it's not that. Yeah, but we do need the hydraulics. Well, it looks like we're not going anywhere. I'm gonna ask the...
Got it, pre-flighting now. Stand by.
Pre-flight. Let him complete that.
Flow's done. You're welcome.
Now
Go through the engine startup flow. One moment, please, Captain.
Engine startup flow.
Did my job. Got that flow all set for you.
Alright, now I can hear the engine trying to spool up, but nothing happens. At least the sound of it trying to spool up. Intriguing. Very intriguing. Not sure what to do here.
Going through after start flow. One moment. Through the engine startup flow. One moment, please, Captain.
Confirm Nav.
Captain, happy to report that the aircraft is on Captain, flow complete. Back to you now.
Alright, so all in, nav, TARA, seatbelt signs, anti-collision, start ignition ARB, door lights out. There's nothing more to it. APU set minimum mode. It is set to minimum. Pack 2 on. All packs are off, so I'm gonna set pack 2 on. Engine isolation valves all latched. So they need to be in. Pneumatic pressure. This is where it doesn't have any pressurization on any system. And I wonder why that happens. Because all the isolations are no pressurization. Do we need the air conditioning unit to start the engine? That's probably it, isn't it? Because last time I started on the gate. That's probably it. I started on the apron last time. It's not so... It doesn't make sense to me because... No, that's not it. Let's take it off. Don't know what to do. Don't know what to do at all. So all of
Got it. Pre-flighting now. Stand by.
Everything's done.
Going through the engine startup flow. One moment, please, Captain. Captain, that last flow is done. Aircraft is set. All set. That last flow was completed as requested.
Alright, so one last try. There's still no pressure, but I think these are the bleeds. Cabin pressure, ECS. It's above. So push.
All aircraft be advised, information Tango now current. QNH 1022.
Still doesn't start. Something really bad happening right now. So hold on. And it's starting automatically. Number 2 starting. Oh, there's a flap indicator right there. Now starting 1. as a false start for 1. We're gonna start it on manually. Now it's starting. We can dismiss GSX now.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Unlocking gear.
Here goes. Nice engine sound. Check.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass
20% entry.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
Alright, let's start number 3, sorry. There it goes, number 3 starting. At 20% entry. Eject. Our pin has been removed, so as the tow truck. I set flaps 10.
Flaps 4. Flaps 10.
We can set everything. After start checklist, our engines. Let's go through our guy here.
After engine start checks. Roger, doing those now.
All engines, all engine isolation valve latch, fuselage.
Flaps 22.
Just got that flow done. She's all set.
Not 22, we need flaps 10.
Flaps 18. Flaps 14. Flaps 0. Flaps 10.
Fuselage isolation valve. It's on. All crossbeam set on. Backflow latch switches are all in. Hydraulic pennant ATMS set to auto on both. Galley power set on. It's on. Set on. Engine generator close all. Engine generator B close all. Fuel tank switches all on, as they should. If there's tank fuel on tanks 1A, and 3A. Let's leave it on. Alpha probe heat on. It is on. Captain windshield on. It is on. If it's off, it's be latched out. Side window heat on. Latch all. Engine NTI says required. What's the OAT? Let's check the. Where's the thermometer on this plane? OAT. There's no thermometer on this plane. Oh well. let's consider its engine ignition set to both. Stabilizer trim set for takeoff, so we are going to set it for 3.9er. What about there? It's Mark 1 eyeball. Speed brakes check, they're up, flat set for takeoff, flight controls check. So we're gonna look at this little panel here. Full rudder left, neutral. Full rudder right, neutral. Full pitch up, neutral. Full pitch down, neutral. Full rudder left, neutral. Full rudder right, neutral. Did I say rudder when I meant to say aileron? I'm really aggravated with all this. After start checklist complete, let's call it in for taxi.
Air Portugal 1011 Heavy. Request taxi to the active.
Air Portugal 1011 Heavy. Runway 18 taxi via November. The North. November 3. November 4. November 6. November 4. ENT. November 1.
Alright, we'll taxi to runway 18 via November. Lima North. November 3. November. Linnea. November 6. November.
Linnea should be Lima.
Okay. November.
Ati
1
should be
Air Portugal
Yankee.
1011 Heavy.
It's all messed up. Everything's messed up on this simulator today. Alright, so I'm gonna make a left-hand turn and then proceed. I'm gonna use my parking checklist first. Nose wheel lights set turn on. Runway turn off set on. Parking brake release. Something's going on. Oh, hold on. Is this my pushback feature messing everything up? Yep, it is. Thank you so much. Alright, let's go. We still haven't left the ground and we're already having complicated stuff. Brake checks. Brakes have been checked. Alright, taxi checklist complete. Let's go for the lineup checklist. Let's turn on track IR here. Nice little rattling sounds. It's always pleasant when they implement such things in old aircraft. Alright, now let's make a left-hand turn here. Carry on taxiing. Right here. Remember, the nose landing gear sits way aft on this plane, just like the MD-11. And because of that, our turning ratios are a little different from what you get on an A320 or an A340, even a larger aircraft, more modern aircraft. You can of course use the charts, and you can set up your airport chart and follow it from there. So here we are. We have a long way to go to runway 18. There's one plane coming the other way around. I hope it's not coming our way. Oh, we need to turn to the right now. Probably to deconflict with that plane, alright. So we had a little hiccup with the engine startup. Not sure. I'm gonna need to make a few more flights probably until I figure out what happened. Nice little rotating beacons there. Very old school. A lot of Lufthansa flights in Frankfurt as expected. So now we need to deconflict again. By turning right here. Turn in to turn to soon. So this is November. There are a few planes ahead, but I think we're cleared to go all the way down. Too fast. Oh, they're overlapping. These planes up ahead are overlapping. Wow. 1, 2, 3. Wow, this is a huge glitch. Can you guys see that? All those planes overlapping each other. No, no, no. Stop there. I got a right of way. Oh, that's a Condor Retro right there. Beautiful. We don't see that flying anymore. Yeah, those planes were glitched. This baby's on idle, but it's going off like crazy. By the way, how do we see ground speed on this oldie? Well, you got a feature here on the INS, which is this one. So we are at 28 knots. Whoa, that's fast. Let's slow down, baby. Slow the heck down. We should go all the way to runway 18 now. So that's why I'm not hearing ATC. Those planes are all messed up on overlapping each other. Let's reduce the overhead glare a little bit. Oops. This one. Oh yeah. That's it. 20 knots, much more acceptable ground speed. So we need to go all the way to runway 18, so this one right here. We were stationed the opposite end of the airport. My appreciation so far, the automated systems for the engine start are not working correctly. I believe there are missing items on the checklist as well. So that's going to be a problem. So anti-skid on. Auto brake. We're going to set it for takeoff. Put that there. Well, slow down, beast. And as we line up, we're going to turn on the strobe lights. Alright, so now we need to make a right-hand turn at the end of this taxiway. And then a left-hand turn to the threshold. Probably be handed over to the tower in the meantime. So we need to do something like this. Something like going through November and then hold. So right about here. Yep.
Air Portugal 1011 Heavy. Contact Frankfurt Tower 124.855. Bye bye.
Slow down.
Contact Tower 124.855. Air Portugal 1011 Heavy.
Remember, big airplanes don't brake easily. You need to anticipate the braking. Oops, not here. It's there. That's my holding point. Let's go to the visual. And we can request. So. Okay, let's request departure.
Air Portugal 1011 Heavy. Ready to go. Runway 18.
Air Portugal 1011 Heavy, Frankfurt Tower, wind 090 at 1, runway 18, cleared for takeoff.
Runway 18. Cleared for takeoff. Air Portugal 1011 Heavy.
Alright. Strobe lights on, landing lights on, continuous ignition. Set on. Temperature probe heat. It's latched on. It's just to confirm it really. Transponder set TARA. And radar. Let's turn on our radar here. It's this little device here. Alright, here we go. Everybody. There's one missing item here. Everything checks out, but there's one missing item. Nice. Alright, let's set autopilot mode for TM, for EPR setup. Thrust levers set vertical, and then release when engine stabilize. And monitor at VR rotate, initial speed target V2 plus 10, in positive rate gear up. Alright, there we go. They are vertical, release, we are rolling. Thrust set. Airspeed alive. Whoops, it's getting quite a lot. Rotate. Positive rate, gear up. Gear coming up. Set flaps 4.
Flaps 4.
Air Portugal 1011 Heavy, contact low
descent. Flaps up.
Air Portugal 10. Air Portugal 1011 heavy, 2,400 feet.
Autopilot engage.
Air Portugal 1011 heavy, open and radar, 8 and 5, flight level 180.
Climb to flight level 180. Air Portugal 1011
Auto
heavy.
throttle engaged. Climb flight level 180. Now let's switch to our departure chart. We can see we're following more or less our steer point. Let's disengage INS so it can fly. Our INS, there it goes. Now it will be flying on its own, following our flight plan, our pre-established flight plan. We are set up for 201. Let's increase our airspeed. So it's establishing a vertical climb to maintain our angle of attack. If you don't want that, you can just switch it off. And establish a vertical speed, which is exactly what I'm doing. Following INS, although I've doubts the VNav is working correctly. Because it's not flying straight to our, well, it is to DF198, so let's set our heading corrected. It's probably correcting wind right now. It is established on the HSI though. I just wish we could accelerate a little more. So now we're making a right-hand turn as expected. It's not changing.
Air Portugal 1011 heavy, contact known and radar 127.6.
Contact known and radar 127.6. Air Portugal 1011.
So we are following our flight plan here.
Known radar. Air Portugal 1011 heavy. Leading flight level 159, flight level 180, direct DF20.
Air Portugal 1011 heavy.
Alright, let's go to 360.
8 and 5, climb to flight level 360.
Climb to flight level 360. Air Portugal 1011 heavy.
Lufthansa HR Foxtrot,
Oops, too much.
heading 005.
Turn left, and heading
it as it should. Let's go back to VNAV. Now we're going to accelerate. Nose down. I think this, at night, this is a little too bright.
276 Sandy X-ray. Contact London radar 127.28. Contact London radar 127.28. 276 Sandy X-ray.
All bleeds.
Contact Bremen radar 125.1. Have a good evening. Contact Bremen radar 125.1. Spinning Air 116. Bye bye.
3 packs, so I forgot to go to the after start. I love the lineup checklist for the flight engineers, but boa noite, Angelo. Tudo bom? So I didn't load the flight plan here. Not entirely sure if it's at all needed. I think you can only load the flight plan here when you load the flight plan into Flight Simulator. So having just a flight plan on SimBrief is not enough.
London radar. Expect pass 3 Alpha with the reef transition. Runway 36 right. Expect pass 3 Alpha with the reef transition. Runway 36 right. Translator 7 Charlie.
Why it's keeping pitch like that. That's why. So we can't move the IAS once it's engaged. We need to disengage first and then move to the right, because it was maintaining a weird angle of attack just to keep that speed. So now I can move to 320. stubbornly trying to keep 1,000 feet per minute, 500 feet per minute on this climb, which is unreasonable. All of this is done automatically in modern day aircraft, so doing this manually just adds to the fun, but can be cumbersome to some. So we have left our SID, so we are on our own. Do we have an in-flight map? Yes, we do. En route, there it is. Just no route loaded. IFR high. Yeah, the route isn't loaded. Probably something to do afterwards. But we can see the route there. Set our heading towards our course. Course 286. So we're now going from 6 to 7, and as you can see it ends there, but then all these waypoints will be automatically loaded. Here's hoping they do, because I can't really put my hand on this to work as it's intended, unfortunately. Much better. And we can also reduce this floodlight. And as well as this one. Alright, much better. I also noticed that there's no time compression on this aircraft, at least not one that I could find. Let me see. Aircraft throttle, it could be here on the chart area. What's this? No. Nothing we can call time compression, so I will try to engage time compression on my own. There's always a danger that I might screw something up. Not missing anything. There's no time compression. Oh, this is a good one. So we are going to flight level 360. Oops. So at P6 it's going to be 3000 and 3 degrees glide path. So we are going to do that at 103 nautical miles from destination. Alright. Or when ATC tells us to. That also works. I wish they had a night mode for the PFD, because it's a bit too bright. This is supposed to be a sheet of paper pretending to be an electronic flight bag, but still a bit too bright for that. Passing 30,000 feet, we can turn off the seatbelt signs, allow the crew to move around the cabin. Andrew, I see you're back. It's been a real pain to start the engine since there are some items missing on the checklist that I could go around. So apparently we didn't have any pneumatic pressure here on the engine number 2 for some reason. This comes from ground power into the engine. That was missing, and so when set to auto, it wasn't. I need to review this. It just what I feel is that this button that we press to prep for engine start is incomplete. So it only sets the bleed panel config, but there was no. I had no pneumatic pressure to start the engine. So something did go as planned. So I just go with the panel states ready for takeoff. And even setting that, engine 1 and 2 weren't starting up for some reason. I'm also noticing that the flight director doesn't really nail on the center line of my artificial horizon there. We're in Brussels now. Yep, there it is. And as you can see, meanwhile, the computer finally set the continuation of the flight plan. And as you can see, it's now sending us on the next 9 waypoints through France. We're going to go down through the Gulf of Biscaya, all the way down to Spain, then Portugal. As you can see there, the flight director doesn't really center, so I would say it's a little bug, not too serious. We can reduce our speed now. To something more reasonable. 275. Even less than that. Let's go 260. Of course, we needed to have some charts to verify performance, not trying to do this by hand or mark one eyeball. We can also go by Mac, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. So I'm going to set this to Mac. To change these values, probably here, right? So this is takeoff. Climb optimum, yeah. This, so altitude 360.
Echo, Brussels control. Expect average 1 Zulu transition. Runway 22.
Alright.
Expect average 1 Zulu
So now for cruise, we're gonna set Mach. Oh, we cannot set Mach 1. Why is it reducing airspeed? Come on. You need to be careful if you disengage auto throttle, otherwise you'll lose speed like crazy. So we didn't get the altitude alert, but we are getting... Ah, there it is. It's a little later than where we used to, but it is getting there. So now we set, after we go through the transition altitude, by the way, we need to go 1013. That's the standard altitude. There it is.
Eurowings 95 Parker. Contact London radar 127.6. Have a good evening. Contact London radar 127.6. Eurowings 95 Parker. Bye bye.
Hello, Mirsha. You're right on time. I saw it flying, but I didn't get on board, unfortunately. It is a beautiful plane.
Air Portugal 1011 Heavy. Contact Paris Control 126.475.
Center on 126.475. Air Portugal 1011 Heavy. Paris Control. Air Portugal 1011 Heavy. Flight level 360.
Air Portugal 1011 Heavy. Paris Control. Radar contact.
I think these rotating beacons are a bit too bright. They need to be toned down a little bit. They look fine on the animation, it's just the brightness is just too strong.
921. Contact London Control 118.475.
Contact London Control
Very nice wing flex.
118.475. Speedbird 921.
Beautiful logo. Retro TAP Portugal. Beautiful airplane. Yeah, the strobes are also too strong in my opinion. Strobes and beacons, they need to be toned down a bit. My favorite camera. So we're now cruising. Flight level 360. We're supposed to step climb. And we can step climb, but
Descend to 6,000 feet. QNH 1021. Channel 68 the power vector.
East 51 Romeo Mike. Paris Control. Expect Iron on 1 Golf with the low transition.
Basically step climb
Expect Iron on 1 Golf with the low transition. Runway 26 left. Easy 51 Romeo Mike.
You need to look at the steer points. There's no identification for these steer points. You need to come down here and read. So Donab, Sobra, Ulkig, Rudot, and you needed to come here to the OFP. And for example, flight level 350 at Tolvo. There it is. It's waypoint 4, which we have passed. So we can request different flight levels. What I did was I just picked the highest one for now, and then we can probably climb to Didac flight level 370, but certainly not descend to Turpo, because at Fuji we'll need to go back to 370. So we're good at where we at, and I think we'll remain there for now. Yeah, this airplane also has the oh, that's not really helpful. I want to move this to where I want it to be, or I just want to take it away. Why can't I? That's a bummer. So like I was saying, there's the TAP Portugal, and there's also the Atlantic Airways. So 2 Portuguese airlines. There's a load of British Airways, different liveries, Landor and Landor liveries, which are the original ones. And there's a few Americans as well. All of these textures can be installed via the Inibuilds launcher. So the en route map does not contain our flight plan, which is a bummer. But I suppose having that here kind of makes this one irrelevant, so we might as well keep that one for now. But if you want to remove this as an option, then this map here should have the flight plan, or you should be able to import it to our GNS system up here, which you cannot. In fact, you can even turn this off if you want. I'm just keeping it for redundancy for now. It's actually keeping up with the frequencies, which is nice. And the Vorlocks, nice. Not the secondary one though. It's just the main one, 114.4. It didn't assume the second one for some reason. Or maybe this is the standby. Yeah, this is the standby for VLOC, which this radio here does not have, but this one does. As well as comms, it also has a standby for comms. Nice. Alright, so not having time compression, I'm going to try and compress time on my own. So bear with me, this isn't a linear thing. I'm going to need the clock here. Here we are. Yeah, very old school clock. Not useful for ETA, elapsed time. Not useful for chrono either. Just for, really just for holding patterns if you need to. By the way, holding patterns is a big deal on this plane. So let's bring up a chart here so I can show you. So let's. Let me just confirm what are we expecting here in terms of landing in Lisbon. Runway 02 via exam X2 Alpha. I hope that's the one we get. So let's come here to our charts. Let's go for the approach. ILS 02, CAT 2, and Zamax 2 Alpha, correct?
Contact Paris Control 118.05. Air Portugal 1011 Heavy. Bye bye.
Alright, guys, I need to take a phone.
Paris Control.
Be right
Air
back.
Portugal 101 Heavy. Flight level 36 here.
Air Portugal 1011 Heavy. Paris Control. Radar contact. Speedbird 899. Contact Paris Control 125.7. Contact Paris Control 125.7. Speedbird 899. Portugal 1011 Heavy. Contact Paris Control 125.7.
Contact Paris Control 125.7. Air Portugal 1011 Heavy. Paris Control, Air Portugal 1011 Heavy. Flight level 360.
Air Portugal 1011 Heavy, Paris Control, radar contact. Transit 41 Beats. Contact Paris Control 119.825.
Centaur 119.825. Transit 41 Victor. Bye-bye.
Yellowtail Yankee Alpha Heavy. Contact Paris Control 126.475.
Center on 126.475. Yellowtail Yankee Alpha Heavy. Have a good evening.
Air Portugal 1011 Heavy. Contact Paris Control 119.825.
Contact Paris Control 119.825. Air Portugal 1011 Heavy. Paris Control, Air Portugal 1011 Heavy. Flight level 360.
Air Portugal 1011 Heavy. Paris Control. Radar contact.
And I'm back.
Kilo Hotel.
Apologize
London Control
because I had an important phone call here. So, yeah, we're now flying over Paris. We still have a long way to go, unfortunately. I've noticed on your upper screen the flight following is not working, and I'm not sure why. I'm gonna restart it, see if that changes anything. But I think that this plane is not sending out info, so that's why it's probably not working because of that. So I'm gonna try something here. Give me a moment. Switching off, switching back on, see if we get... Alright, so now we got info, we just don't have airplane data because that's expected. At least we're gonna get flight following correct again. Alright, so let's see. Is it updated? Yep. Alright, so it's updated. Sorry about that. We just don't have aircraft data because this is such a brand new airplane that the ID is not correct. But at least we can see now that we are at 1/4 of the flight. guys, would you like a tour on the cabin again? So, again, wood features. Let's turn on the storm light so you guys can see it. Oops. Alright. So, flight deck is not that spacious as you would think, but the windows are huge. Excellent visibility, and I commented on how this jump seat is so cool to be able to have this view of the entire cockpit and the flight engineer. And look at that, just next to the window, the best seat on this airplane. Well, aside from the captain and co-pilot, of course. Secondary jump seat, not as good. Still nice. Still has a nice overview of all the circuit breakers. Look at all the circuit breakers. Look at all that. And now let's go to the the little wardrobe there. Let's go again to the cabin. Very old school, very 1970s. This looks like suede, but it's probably just a cloth effect. So no smoking signs, really old school. You see that the seatbelt sign, the life vest under seat. I believe this illuminates if we go ditching, and the no smoking sign. The individual seats are pretty cool. There's an old school projector up on the roof on both classes, by the way. I've just shown this class, but there's no ground indicator for the exits. There's another projector there. The doors slide up, which is a pretty cool feature. They're mechanical, motorized I mean. So you see here, just pull down and the door will open, and it's fully automated. And there's the evacuation slide. I believe these are, oh, this may work. The buttons to open and close, nice. Yeah, so, and no mid-section bathrooms. These planes were designed with full potential for passenger capacity, so they did not plan to have mid fuselage bathrooms. But when you come back here, you do have 5 of them in a very noisy bathroom, because engine number 2 is right there. So yeah, pretty cool cabin, very spacious, very cavernous, with this huge ceiling. Totally impractical these days. No overhead bins on the central lane, but these huge bins on the side, I guess for each row. Really amazing. I sincerely hate these Swedes looking red seats. I hate the deco, but it's very 70s though. Again, the door is offset, so L1 is offset from R1. Pretty cool. Sorry. Lavatory for basically for the first class and crew. There's no, I mean, flying already in the 70s, flying in general was already a luxury. I think we can all agree. So I believe aviation came a long way when it comes to first class and business class. There's no distinction between the business class here, the economy class and first class, I mean. So there's no business class, no premium economy, no nothing. It's only first class with somehow nicer seat than the economy. Notice the ashtrays. So these little things here, these are ashtrays. That was the day when people actually smoked in flight. The seat, the no smoking sign was actually only turned on during critical phases like refueling. and during landing, the landing phase, so that people would put out any fire hazard in case of an accident. So coming back to our little captain seat, notice that the doors aren't as thick and as armored. The only deterrent here is this: crew only. We did come a long way in aviation, didn't we? Nowadays, these doors are completely armored. There's actually they're paneled, so in case the door is blocked, the pilots can still escape through them. But they are all armored. There's a peephole. There are cameras. Really, safety is completely different since back in the day. Did you smoke on planes? I can tell you something, Angel. I know a captain that today still smokes on his plane, and a captain who smokes in the cockpit. Is that a bad thing? Well, if you're trying to set the standards for everybody on the back, then yes, it is not really a positive thing to do. But then again, what are they going to do? Fire him for smoking? I mean, they could probably. They probably could fire him. But he says he does that regularly, so I suspect no one actually said anything. Alright, let's start prepping stuff for our approach. We're still a bit off, but we're coming up on the Gulf of Biscaya. We got some weather down there as well. Hopefully not not enough to scare us, but here we go. So we can remove, is this still EDF? Yes, so we can remove these two. Let's go for Lisbon Airport. So let's select here Lisbon's airport chart. I know this from the inside out, but still. Let's go back to the pins. So we're expecting XMX 2 Alpha, which is this one, and for some reason, oh, there it is, wasn't showing. So looking into this is XMX 1 Alpha, and as you can see, we're going to do the little curve here, what I like to call Andrew's banana. And we need to take a good look at this regarding any nav rate we can use. Now, as you can see, these are all RNAV. So this plane is incapable of following RNAV, as you would realize, but we do have that option to import the flight plan with the RNAVs as waypoints. So that's why we have way more waypoints than actual flight waypoints. So we have all these waypoints inserted on our final approach fix to NIVAD and then PSEX. However, we need to take a good look here to see if we have other nav aids to help us. So first of all, we got Lisbon, so 114.8. We'll set this one for our second radio, VHF, not VHF, nav radio, sorry. And then we got our ILS, which is 109.1. So here's the plan. Decimal 1, 119.1. So here's the plan. Oh, sorry, this is the wrong panel. It's the ILS one. VHF. Oh, hold on. It is this one. Ooh. So, ILS is 109. Oh, my bad. I was thinking this was the, oh my god. I was thinking this was the VHF radio. It's not a VHF, it's a nav radio. So 109 decimal. So here's the plan. Let's go to breast control. So here's the plan. If all goes well, we will follow ZMAX 2 Alpha. But if for some reason ATC gives us a different approach, we're going to have to fly this manually. Well, not manually, but with headings instead of using the pre-selected waypoints. Ideally, this wouldn't change, but you know, winds can change, even the runway can change. And even though we're predicting to arrive at 02, we might get 20, or we might still get 02, but a different approach. So in order to avoid that, I have already tuned the nearest nav aid for Lisbon, which is 114.8. At the worst conditions, we can request a direct to Liz for guidance, or we can use Liz as a reference to know more or less where the airport is and try to navigate around our steer points. I know this is very old school, but remember, this plane originally didn't have any type of flight following, so the ability to you know, cheat our way in, it's just to make sure that we don't fly around vaguely. Yeah, so you have to relearn how to fly. When this is a good exercise, by the way, because most of the times we're used to automation. on the 777, on the 737, on the A340, on its A320. Even the MD-11 is very automated. So, and that's the oldest plane I flew before this one on Flight Sim. So, consider this. Consider that you're on an A320, and for some reason you lose a GPS, for example, and you have to rely on INS. That's not a big deal. The plane has 3 INSs, just like this one. The only exception is that, you know, you're just not flying GPS. So there's a discrepancy there. There may be a discrepancy there because INS precesses. So that means it loses effectiveness over time. Because it's a mechanical system, it's prone to Hertz gravity, inertia from the plane's movement. So the plane moving around will cause inertia that will decelerate the gyroscopes or accelerate the gyroscopes, and that creates precession. That's one. So that we need used magnetic courses. But on an A320 modern day jet, that's pretty remote. That's why we were able to fly into the Middle East while having GPS jamming, and we didn't lose track of our course, and we actually got to our destination safely. But let's consider that you completely lose INS on an A320. Very rare. It has 3 for that reason. For redundancy, for triangulation first and then redundancy. But it's fairly easy to lose 1 or 2 INSs depending. There was recently Airbus had an issue where an airplane just completely lost INS guidance because of a bug, and the plane had dropped in altitude, nosedive. It was really bad. So Airbus grounded all Airbus A320neos to have a software update. I guess some of you might remember that. Hello, Drexy. Well, let's consider you're on an A320 and you lose INS. For whatever reason, you lost all 3 INSs. So you're stuck with flying needles, basically. You need to fly needles. You need to fly with the plane VOR or ADF. The plane has this system as a backup. You've seen when we operate the EFIS display, there are 2 switches. To the left it's ADF, to the right it's VOR. VOR1, VOR2, or ADF1, ADF2. That's the old school stuff, and that's exactly how planes used to fly. We used to fly a lot with something called radials. So we would tune a VOR or an ADF, and we would fly a VOR or ADF headings. ADF is a little more primitive, but there are still some ADF stations in the world, and there's also VOR, which also gives you bearing to north. So not just bearing to the station, but also a bearing to the north. So it allows you to have a more precise approach. And up until very recently, VOR was pretty much standard for navigation. Then RNAV came about because it's reliant on GPS data, which is a little more precise. And for example, this RNAV approach to Lisbon, and here we have an RNAV approach. These two are 2 RNAV approaches. None of these are using any radio navigation. So none of these are tuning in any station. They're all using steer points based on GPS coordinates. And it's amazing to see that planes can no longer rely on anything fixed. They're all relying on satellites that orbit planet Earth. You can fly this with inertia if you know that you're flying out of Zemax course 178 at 16.4. Let me show you closer. So you can perfectly fly this visual. If you fly out of Zemax at course 178 for 16.4 nautical miles, you will reach PT 810 and then turn left heading 213 for 25.3 nautical miles, and you'll reach PT 812 and so on. So visually you can easily fly this without using actual nav aids, and even without GPS. You just need your needles. The problem is you don't know where Zemax is. There's no reference to it. It's just a point on the map. Where the heck is Zemax? You don't know where it is. So you might start here, fly course 178 for 16.4 nautical miles, and carry on. You do all this navigation following this DME, the bearings, everything, and you may still end up absolutely out of the way, because there's no actual point of reference that you can line yourself up to know where the first point begins, or even the other ones. I don't know if I'm making myself clear about this. So that's why this plane doesn't know where Zemax is, so it will never be able to intercept that course. Fortunately though, in this airplane's options, we can set up the SIDS and stars into the flight plan, which is something you would like to do anyway. So you see here all these waypoints. They include, you see the last one here is SpaceX. It includes the SID and the star. So SpaceX is part of the star for ILS to runway 02, and all these waypoints belong to this shape right here. If we could follow it, the lever is on the top, but we can follow it. So you see here there's Zemax, the one we were talking about, then PT 810, 812, 812, Natid, Masuk, Ernil. Look at that. Sorry, 810, 812, Natid, Masuk, Ernil. And we can even navigate in such a way that we can actually create shortcuts. If, for example, sometimes I ask out of Ernil to turn to Nevad in order to shorten our approach. You can even do that, but the plane doesn't know where Zemax is, so it doesn't matter where these points are, but fortunately they are inserted as waypoints. So yeah, really cool thing to set up. Oh, we can insert our top of descent here because we calculated that. It's 102.6. Can we? No, we cannot. Some of these can't be set, but we can. Well, we have two ways to make this. Trexie, don't worry about it. We departed some time ago. We had some issues starting up engines. This is the second day of life for this aircraft in public, so there are some things. We had a few issues with the checklists. They were missing, probably some missing items on the checklist, or the presets for the engineer panel are missing steps. Either way, the engines were not starting for some reason, but we managed to get it to work. By the way, I want to take a good look here at the weather radar. So we need to set to, and we set the tilt to 0 now, calibrate it, and indent and stab, so probably stabilized. No, this is standby, right? It's probably set to standby. So now the mode is on WX and T. I never got this to work, to be honest. I mean, the ranges are working, but this panel also needs some light. So let me try to test to see if it does work. I never got it to work. I never saw it working, at least. Well, it does look like testing works. I honestly didn't get my, Sure. Here we go. Actually, there's a plane there. You will notice that we do have a digital instrument on board. Let me go back. That's our TCAS. Yep, we have a TCAS. How crazy is that? And it even works. So we can set to 12 nautical miles, which probably is the best. And yeah, you can see other aircraft while we're flying. So it's a very modern gauge compared to everything else. It's the only digital gauge on this plane. And it was mandatory back in the day, even for older planes, to have these kinds of this is way too bright, this radio, by the way, to have this kind of device on board. And oh, these are the cell calls, so this is for long-range flying. You can set it to low or high. No longer in use. ADF, of course. Both. We got 2 ADF radios, just like an Airbus. We got 3 VHF. VHF 1 and 2 are for the pilots, and VHF 3 is for the engineer, which I believe can also have ATC. You can call ATC. Yeah. TCAS on the 1970s airplane. It was mandatory to fly in Class C airspace, so it's kind of standard these days. But back in the day, a little history on the L-1011, by the way. I really wanted to talk about this, and I believe this is a great time before we start prepping our descent. So the L-1011 is a very important airplane in aviation history for many reasons, but I would like to say that the L-1011 is where aviation started getting redundancy seriously. Of course, there were already redundancies on airplanes, but this is really when you started seeing like 2 autopilot modes, although nowadays you already have this 2 autopilot modes with 2 flight directors, independent flight directors. This was starting to become a tendency, but not really like a rule. The automation on the PFCS, so this is the flight controls. The modern-ish systems, we can disengage NTIs. The modern-ish auto start systems, we still need to do a couple of steps, but still a lot of stuff on this plane, and even the 3 INSs. And these 2, we are using INS 3 probably because these 2 are not ready for some reason, but they are flying well. We are flying well. Not sure why they weren't ready. I didn't touch these panels after we started everything. Weird. So, coming back to what I was saying, this was a very modern plane for its time. Although nowadays we look at it and it's an oldie, but it was very modern for its time. Why didn't we see more Tristars? Only about 250 were ever developed or built. including the prototypes. So 250 airplanes for its history. Started flying in 1970. It's actually started flying for airlines in 1972. It was manufactured between 1968 up until 1984, and only 250 were made. Why? Lockheed Martin, or back in the day it was just Lockheed Corporation, they had this theory to adapt this plane, this civilian plane, to military standards, and you can see a lot of that on this plane. Not really something that I could like illustrate as you know, how do I say this? Lockheed did pretty much what others have been doing. The DC-10 was a very similar plane, also a tri-jet, also had 3 seats. But if you look at the philosophies, this plane is built on very advanced systems like the, I already said, the DCS system, you know, integrating a lot of redundancies and really bringing what Lockheed had learned from the military area into the civilian area, creating a very reliable and robust airplane. Why do I say that? Well, I met 2 different L-1011 former captains. Actually, 1 captain and 1 engineer. And they both told me the same. I asked them what aircraft really stood up as the best airplane they've ever flown. And they both said the L-1011. Of course, there were pilots in these aircraft, but they also flew the Boeing. The captain actually flew the 747 as well, and the engineer actually flew the A340, and I think the captain also flew the A340. So they've been through all the hardware back in the day, including the modernized A340, and they all said the same. The plane was smooth, flying it was amazing, and the systems were so well designed and so redundant, and there were a lot of things that could go wrong, but that plane managed to go through a lot of stuff, including durability, the way things are built, and there's a great difference with what they say happens today. The Artemis II, I was watching the live. They were, if not launching, they were about to. I think it's not April Fools. I don't think people joke so much on April Fools as they used to back in the day. I think it's becoming obsolete.
Contact press control 124.8. Lumax 8529.
So we are overcast over the Gulf of Biscay, which is absolutely standard. There's no way for us to know what the outside winds are. Back in the day, the pilots would rely on weather forecasts quite a bit, for a good reason, because there's no way you on board you could easily see the weather. We do have a feature here. Let me see if I can find it. There's a feature on the GNS that can give us that. I'm not sure. Where was that? Maybe not on this version. But you could have like an indication here for the wind. Wow, so much for that. I only have this here as an option. I don't really really enjoy using this. I think this INS is a bit incomplete because it's supposed to give you terrain data, and this one does not. Unless I'm missing something. Setup map. Weather. Is that it? Map. North up, auto zoom, land data, aviation data. What about weather? Nothing. Oh well. So this is the best thing we can get. Yeah, there should be like a wind data there, but that GNS is not really, shouldn't be compared to the real one. Yes, Trexie, we can. I don't know why you want to see cargo, but it's always crates and bags, but okay. We can see here the altitude blinking. That's because the plane is not really holding flight level 360 for some reason. It's floating, it's 100 feet below. So we're going to set it up again so that it can climb to 360. Come on. Get on to 360.
Air Portugal 1011 Heavy. Have a good evening.
There it is.
Best control. Air Portugal 1011 Heavy. Flight level 360.
Air Portugal 1011 Heavy. Best control. Radar contact.
Cabin pressure is okay. I was just wondering if this was like a cabin pressure thing. And oh, we didn't set flight level 360. We would all be dead now. See, this isn't in the it's always set to cold. This isn't, the altitude is not on the checklist. Unless I missed it. It could be there and I just missed it. But this thing blinking, I mean, it's holding altitude. What does it want me to do? That plane over here, over there, is so we're in the Gulf of Biscaya. Sometimes we can have a look, Drexy, no problem. So where were we? What were we talking? Oh, we were talking about the Tristar. So 250 aircraft. Why didn't it triumph? Well, number one, the DC-10, also another trijet. Back in the day, people thought that more engines is best. Well, the DC-10 beat the L-1011 coming into market, so it came first to the market, and that dictated very strong competition even before the plane, the L-1011, was released, which was a bummer for the Tristar. So the idea that this plane was very reliable, very sturdy, very smooth, very pilot friendly, kind of stuck with the pilots that flew it, and it made it like a dream airplane, so to speak. What killed it? Well, DC-10, like I said, was just released before the L-1011, so that was one of the biggest competitions. But also because the age of the trijet was close to an end. It was not yet at an end back then, but it was coming close. So this represented quite a good economy for the airlines. The alternative would be to have the 4 engines of the 747 to fly long range, or to have a trijet for mid to long range. You could also get like 737s or smaller planes, but not for the long haul procedures or long haul flights. So the trijets, both the DC-10 and the L-1011, had their days coming to an end very soon. That was when the A300 showed up, Airbus A300, and later down the line when the 757, the 767, and all the other wide-body, narrow-body or wide-body long haulers dictated the end of the age of the multi-engines, the 4 engines and the tri-engines. The other issue with the L-1011 was that it kind of filled a gap that was no longer necessary. So you either have a long-range airliner or you had a mid-range airliner. To be in between that is like trying to solve a problem that didn't exist. But I suppose that it was timing. That was all. Because if the L-1011 came first before the DC-10, I'm pretty sure the DC-10 would be the loser side. Compared to the DC-10, like I said, the L-1011, only 250 models were ever built, but there were 400 DC-10s. And remember, this came at a time where the trijets were, I would say, becoming irrelevant. Not yet, but would become irrelevant in the 5 or 6 years afterwards. But still, the L-1011 and the DC-10 and the MD-11, they survived this. They continued to fly well beyond the expected range of their lives. Yeah. So, what are the innovations on this airplane? The RB-11, the Rolls-Royce engines, were one of the major innovations. The RB-211 is amazing because it equipped so many different airplanes. The 757, the 747, and they were very reliable engines. But unfortunately for the L-1011, this plane was kind of the guinea pig for that engine, so the first designs didn't go that well. There were some issues, and I believe that there are some people of the opinion that it was the RB-211 that actually hindered the project, delayed the launch, and so it was the cause of the... It's going to Madrid Center now. So what were the innovations? Well, number one, the tail. I'm going to show you. Try to show you the tail.
Madrid Center, Air Portugal 1011 Heavy, flight level 360.
Air Portugal 1011 Heavy, Madrid Center, identified.
So maybe not the best camera. Stand by, let me get another one. Probably this one's better. Alright, so you see this triangle shaped surface? It's the same beneath, so you see it's like I don't know, 2 triangles up and down. This whole thing moves. The modern day airliners, only the edge, so like the
center.
how you call it.
Good evening. Flight level 370.
So this is the leading edge, and this is the this area. If you see this wider area here, on modern day airliners, only this surface moves.
Runway 35.
Lockheed brought this from the military airplanes. This entire horizontal stabilizer moves, including this area right here. So you see now it's not flush with this lower side. This is because the airplane is trimmed. But this entire horizontal stabilizer will move, and that creates such a stability that this plane becomes very smooth with the pitch axis altogether. That was one of the major innovations, not the only innovation. What else? So, the integrated drive generator, which is now a standard on aviation. This was the first ever plane to have an IDG. So, what is this? This is a transmission. Let me try to explain this in simple terms. So the IDGs are constant speed drives, so they basically give constant speed for systems like electrical generators or hydraulic transmissions or any of the sort. So this is kind of you don't need to know exactly what it does, you just need to know that today's standard, back in the day, this was the very first plane to ever add that, and it's a standard today for all systems. It was also the first ever wide body to get a Cat 3C auto landing system, back when auto landing was kind of a myth. And what else? What do we got? So I'm looking through the list of features here. So there's ejector pumps for each fuel tank. There are 4 fuel tanks for redundancy again. If there's a leak, it's very important to have more than one tank. So a lot of innovations. Of course, engineers and mechanics can tell you a lot more about those innovations. But yeah, the plane was very unique, very reliable, very durable. So let me just check here if the L-1011, what capacity did it serve? Yeah, definitely a tanker, so I was right. So it served as the passenger cargo aircraft, as also a military tanker for the British Royal Air Force. And all 6 of them were former British Airways L-1011-500, so just like this Tristar right here. They were only replaced by the A330 MRTT. So, unfortunately, it appears there are no longer any airplane flying on active duty, except for one single plane, which I believe is still flying. It's called the Stargazer, but it's not a 500. It's a 100, L-1011-100. I believe it's the only L-1011 still flying in the world, if it hasn't been grounded between now and then. But if it wasn't grounded, it's the last L-1011 flying. So we're coming up on the Gulf of Biscaya, out of the Gulf of Biscaya into Spain. So basically coming up on the northern area, the northern coast of Spain. Yeah, it does look that. We can't do time accelerated Rexy because there's no feature on the PFD, the paper flight bag, PFB. And because I'm scared the plane will not hold altitude if I engage it. We already have an altitude warning here for some reason. I believe it's telling me we shouldn't start descent probably. but we've not been cleared for that just yet. So I don't know why. Can we insert here the data? 3600. Speed 250. I need to read the manual regarding this panel here. It's something I've not delved into. I didn't feel the need to mess with it. That's probably why. So this is the landing. Oh, the GAEPR. This good. It's a good call. So GAEPR. We're going to set it as is for now. So our takeoff EPR was 643, and we're going to set the same. Nah, let's leave it at that.
Contact board to control 120.3. Contact board to control 120.3. Swift 7 Alpha Delta.
So fast takeoff, flight setup.
Alpine 12 Alpha Lima, Madrid Senate. Expecting jet 6.
Oh, the distance, that we can insert, because we already calculated 103.6.
Runway 35, Alpine 12 Alpha Lima.
103. Which one is the point?
Contact moderate approach 131.175.
There's no point. Alright, insert. Alright, 103 nautical miles. Let's hope we can... let's hope this is all we need to do. So we got our ILS frequency tuned in. We didn't need to go to ILS. This plane has a particular type of interception, if you want, because you definitely need to intercept first the localizer. And once you get light slope beta, then you can engage ILS. We'll see that in action. I've noticed that there's a slight offset on the HSI. You can see here that the HSI, so the flight director is telling me that I should be flying left to intercept the vertical line, but probably due to wind we're offset to the right. So we're flying towards the right, but we're offset to the left. But so this flight director is not really operating as it should. And during approach, I've also noticed that it has a little trouble intercepting the localizer. So we'll probably need to land manually. So let's see where we are. We're coming up on Galicia and then Portugal, and we'll get our clearance. Hopefully it's Zmax 2 Alpha to ILS runway 02. If not, we're going to be in trouble because we don't have those waypoints here. But we can still fly the plane, don't worry. We will land in Lisbon regardless.
Ryanair 53 Romeo Kilo, Madrid Senate, identified. Alpine 12 Alpha Lima, intake 6 Charlie with angular transition, runway 35. Report ready for descent.
Intake 6 Charlie with angular transition, runway 35, ready for descent. Alpine 12 Alpha Lima.
Alpine 12 Alpha Lima, descend to flight level 150.
Descend to flight level 150, Alpine 12 Alpha Lima.
Let's clear this window here so you can see better. Notice that this plane has a tendency to cruise with the nose up. That's a characteristic of the airplanes in this era. It helps with lift, because if you look at this plane from the above, the wing angle is a little aft, as well as the center of gravity. So you see the center of gravity is right there in the center of the fuselage, and the wing swept is a little more accentuated than what we are used to these days. So this creates this distinct nose-up attitude, along with the fact that it's carrying a lot of weight with that extra engine on the back. The same thing happens with the MD-11.
Runway 35, report ready for descent.
Intake 6 Charlie with the Eckler transition. Runway 35, ready for descent. Alpine 85
So if you remember the MD-11, we also had a cruise with a very accentuated nose hub. So it's fun to see that these planes, although from different manufacturers, different eras even, the MD-11 is much earlier than the L-1011, very automated. But I remember the 747 also has a nose-high cruise attitude. So this one is about, I would say, 5 degrees nose up. Doesn't look good, does it? But since I saw this on the MD-11, I'll assume this is normal. But maybe it needs some tweaking. I can accelerate a little more, but I don't think that will change the attitude. So let's try to get a little closer. 270. So that makes the nose come down a little bit, probably. So we're at Mach 0.80, which was basically the even today it's the standard for cruise speed. Most planes. So it's going to 81. It's also a very rapid plane, a very fast plane. 3 engines give it so much thrust, and if you're flying mid-range like I am today, the plane will have so much extra power. It's fun. Makes it very fun to fly. So, one thing I would advise you when flying this plane is, I'm not doing that right now because I'm a bit lazy, but you should have always a nearby VOR tuned in. So, for our flight, we should, when we're passing VES, we should have that tuned in. When flying now to the south, we're going through, probably going near V0, right there. So we should have that tuned in. And how do you do that? Well, if you have the Lido chart, I'm not sure how the en route will show to you, probably like the Microsoft Flight Simulator charts, but you can easily zoom in as you get closer, and the frequency will show up. But of course you need to be a beam. So see there's this EON. This is not a VOR, or is it? No. Back in the day, and I still have those charts. I have, oh, there's one. So 113.3. That's a VOR right there. It's probably a TACAN. Not sure. No, that's just a DME. All right. So there's a VOR right there. So I still have those charts. Well, I have these charts on paper, and this is exactly what the pilots would also have. They will have these charts on paper, and they will have all the frequencies en route. Now we can only get those if we do fly over one of those VORs. So let's see if we had one here. So there's one, D-Kirch, or DIK, frequency 114.4. We actually had that tuned in. There's another one, Pontoise, 111.60. And let's see, in Lisbon we will have none, because this is an RNAV approach. So you see there's no VOR here. But if you know of a VOR, and we already seen one, Drexy, I don't know, I'm not feeling it for Madeira, but I don't mind flying there, it's alright. I won't mind flying a monoplane to Madeira, definitely not this one to Madeira. Madeira is very challenging, and you cannot perform an RNP approach on this plane, unfortunately. You can perform the visual though, I'll think about it. But I mean, I don't even remember if the L-1011 actually flew to Madeira. It requires some very specific conditions and runway length, so not sure that's gonna happen, Drexy, sorry. We're coming up on the border to Portugal. We still have a long way to go though. About 30 minutes, maybe 40 minutes flight. To read the manual to understand why this thing is blinking. It is holding altitude, unless it has to do with cabin pressurization, which I didn't set up correctly. I hope the engineer set that up. I didn't care. The barrel is also not correct. So now we are at 1013. But the valves are operating, so I hope it's not a cabin pressurization warning. I would say it would be much louder. I'm not sure, Drexy. I don't remember the L-1011 flying to Madeira. I remember the 727, which was contemporary with the L-1011. Oh yeah, it did fly to Madeira. How about that? Oh, there's a picture of the L-1011 in Madeira. There are more than one actually. Air Luxor flew to Madeira on the L-1011. Oh, that's so cool. I didn't know that. And TAP Portugal. TAP Portugal, Air Luxor, both flew to Madeira on the L-1011. Very, very cool. Didn't know that. Oh, the Air Luxor flew a lot to Madeira. I want this Air Luxor livery. Looks so cool. It's not available yet. Hopefully someone will make it, probably on Flight Sim TO. Luzair, another Portuguese airline, also flew the L-1011. So Luzair, Hero Atlantic, TAP Portugal, and Air Luxor. 4 airlines flying this amazing airplane. All of them Tristar 500s. Another fun fact about this plane is that it's 50 meters long as it is 50 meters wide. So it's a 50-50 plane. It's amazing, isn't it? It's actually precisely 50.04 meters in length and 50.09 meters in wingspan. So it's very cool. The 500, because the first Tristar had a smaller wingspan, and the wings were smaller, and the fuselage was longer as well. Yeah, Madeira Airport, the only major difference is the runway length. It hasn't changed much during its existence. The runway length was increased to accommodate planes, bigger planes. But yeah. So where are we right now? We're right there. We're entering the Portuguese airspace. We're about to be handed over.
Max 808 Golf. Contact West Control 123.75.
I really wish we could remove this completely. At least move it to the top or something. It's not really bad, but I wouldn't want this thing hanging over here. By the way, kudos to Inibuilds for this paper flight bag. Let's go to Lisbon Center. We're probably going to get our clearance next.
Lisbon Center, Air Portugal 1011 Heavy, flight level 360.
Air Portugal 10115, Lisbon Center, radar contact.
Oh, we need the markers. This plane needs the markers. We can also have the ADF Morse code. And there's a little PTT button there. Nice. Alternated. Oh, there's a toga switch. You're so used to see the toga switch on the levers. It's so weird to see it there. But it is there. I remember now. Autopilot disconnect and the trimmer. This one has nothing.
Transolar 62 Romeo Lima, Lisbon Center, identified.
The first ever airport you landed with me? Is that what you're saying? It's probably true because I fly to Lisbon quite a lot. Like I was saying, kudos to Inibuilds for this paper flight bag. It's actually a very nice idea on a plane that shouldn't have any electronic flight bag. So landing elevation would be 300. We need to see. I don't know out of my top of my head, but I think it's 300 something feet. $330 feet. So landing elevation 330, and the landing weight should be
Alpine 12 Alpha Lima, descend to flight level 080.
Descend to flight level 080. Alpine 12 Alpha Lima.
151. So 151. Calculate. Alright, so should we try? We're gonna check the METAR. So Oh, gust 25. Oh my. This is going to be interesting. Wow, this one is outdated. Look at that. 1300 Zulu. My god. That's a lie. So we've set everything up. This one can't be completed. There's an item missing. All of these were accomplished, of course. My OCD forces me to take all these. Alright, and now the climb as well. Oh, we should set the auto brake now to landing. So these are still not ready. No, too bad. So auto brake, where's the auto brake? So this is the anti-skid. Oh, there it is. So auto brake, we should set it to minimum. This doesn't need to be continuous. A lot of stuff we didn't do. We were so worried about flying. Alright, descent checklist, landing data prepared, seatbelt signs on. Altimeters will set on transition. Landing lights will be turned on at 10,000 feet. Alright. So let's come back here to our SimBrief dispatch weathers system. Populate from last flight, search. Let's go to Lisbon. Alright, much better. So this is completely outdated. So 2200 Zulu, wind 330 at 14, KVOC, temperature 16, QNH 1022. So our plan for today is we come out of Zemax, probably already at flight level 290. We're just waiting for our clearance. We're just over Porto, I believe. Yeah, just about in Porto. That's V0 VOR 113.1. We can tune that right now. There it is. That's V0 VOR 28. We can see it here. 28, 27 now. Nautical miles, and we're passing by it. It's very cool to navigate with needles and radials. Oh, nice. The A340-300. I landed there. Yeah, I remember that. There was someone complaining that the 340 never flew to Madeira. Yes, it did. It flew many times. And I had to make a little post about it because the guy was really adamant the 340 never flew to Madeira. So I had to prove that I was right, as if. It's very interesting because I see now that I'm flying at 270 knots IAS, but I believe I got some tailwind. There's no way to know. Oh, that's because this INS is bored, but this one is not. It's also not giving me ground speed.
Alpine 61 Mike West, contact Lisbon 50125.13. Contact Lisbon 50125.
Oh, we do have the wind data here, or we should, but it's not. It's not giving any wind data. It's only that one is ready. That's because for some reason this was moved to, I believe, standby. For some reason. Our compass is set, both compasses are set to magnetic as it should. So we're 11 nautical miles from Viseu, right there. Alright, nice, thank you.
Expect Cermax 2 Alpha with the Pacific transition, runway 02.
Thank you. Alright, I think we can start our descent. We're gonna get overwhelmed with stuff to do anyway.
Air Portugal 1011 heavy, approaching our top of descent, ready for descent.
Let's reduce our speed first.
Cermax 2 Alpha with the Pacific transition, runway 02, descent to flight level 290.
290.
Cermax 2 Alpha with the Pacific transition, runway 02, descend to flight level 290, Air Portugal 1011 heavy.
Downjet 1 Papa Tango, contact Madrid San 118.275, have a good evening. Centron 118.275, Tommy 1 Papa Tango.
Negative, not positive. And with that, we're reducing our speed as well so that we can not exceed the limits. Yeah, the 330 came about mid-life of the A340 before the 500 and 600s. So A340-200 and 300, then the A330-200 and 300, and then the A340-500 600. So it came about halfway between the A340 production, I would say. And it's still being produced today with the Neo version. 330 is a case of success, but it also killed the 340. So we were running our descent checklists, by the way. Oh, this one. So we need to set transition, altitude, QNH, flight cabin selection, set destination. That's on the where's the destination? Alright, so that's the altitude select. Then we need to set the destination altitude, but we don't know where that is. I don't think the pressurization panel is actually working, but there's no way to set that up unless it's here. It probably is. So destination altitude that we already set. I really need to read about this. So the descent EPR is 840. We're coming down on a very slow rate, so I'm going to increase this ever so slightly. This will probably give us some trouble keeping that speed, but I prefer to get there faster than having a little surprised for being too high. Oh, there's an airplane there. It's not on our scope here. It's probably farther than we think. But we are on TARA. Strange. Well, we're past it. And we are coming up on the next batch of waypoints. You can see that INS is following the flight plan very closely. A little off, but I did bork the navigation, or something did. You can see that the INSs are disagreeing between each other. That's because they stopped working. I don't know what happened, but they were set to... Oh. Oh my god, now I messed it up. This is not good. Well, this one's still working though. But this is not. This is completely out of whack. You just need one. The other two are for redundancy, but still. Imagine if that panel failed. We'll be completely on the blank. But we are descending now. We will probably enter Xanax very soon. So let's go to the charts. There we are. Zamax right there. And let's hope that our single INS can take us there. Yeah, it's becoming a bit longer than I expected.
Descend to flight level 080, Air Portugal 1011 heavy.
Right, 080. Move, 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 circle, 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 circle. Was our QNH in Lisbon? 1022. Descend a lot faster than that. Because we're still holding thrust to keep up. So our decision height will be 530. Turn, 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 turn. Lots of knob turning. Turn, turn, turn. Oh, this is radar altimeter, so it's gotta be 200 then. Yeah, because this is the radar altimeter, and that's 200 feet. Rad alt. Yeah, it's height, not altitude. So it's DH, not DA. My bad. So let's go back to Max 2 Alpha. And we are off by quite a bit. Yep. So we're no longer on INS because I borked it, basically. Nice. So we're going to fly heading then. So let's do. I'm going to fly direct to PT 11812. Yeah, I borked the INS because I started messing with the knobs. So this needs to, when it's ready, it needs to go to nav. And for some reason I thought it was misaligned. And now it's completely off the... Completely off.
Center on 118.275. Easy 65 Hotel. Have a good evening.
So you will see that we can still fly the jet even without nav aids. It will be a lot easier to fly where you're going direct to nated. At least you're going to save us a little time for not making this curve, but ATC sometimes starts yelling at us because we're off course, as it should. Oh, 2 minutes, nice. Artemis 2, if they do depart, because it could be cancelled. Oh, they've departed already.
Miss 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next.
Nice. They did take off. I'll watch it again. The recording. Nice. It's very cool. Could have been delayed. They were talking about it, but apparently they went for the takeoff. Yeah. Unlike my flight here, I don't have rockets. They're not landing. They're going up there and back, but they're not landing apparently.
Athens 128, contact Lisbon driver 125.13.
Contact Lisbon driver 125.13. Air Athens 128. Lisbon sends Air Portugal 1695, through flight level 157, through flight level 180.
Air Portugal 1695, Lisbon sent, radar contact, climb to flight level 370.
Climb to flight level 370. Air Portugal 1695.
They there are people that do that, Drexy. There's a safety margin that you cannot breach, but there are people that do rent or have private jets doing that, and people can see the launch from the sky from far away, but still a nice view, I suppose. So we got ILS tuned in, so we'll just connect to the VOR or the localizer. Still out of range, so the course for the runway will be 025. Set radio. We're currently flying heading because I messed up touching the INS mid-flight, so now it doesn't know where it is. This one knows, but apparently this isn't tied with the. Let's try this. Niner 1. Yeah, it's all borked. Me and my big hands, because that. Okay, because this I completely miscalculated the so why am I not getting any guidance now? Flight level 080. Alright, so let's reduce the descent rate now. No need to go down as fast. I need to go back to those charts. Alright, left-hand turn. We go 183. It's going to turn on the landing lights at 10,000 feet. We're getting very close to our destination there. I'm going to request a direct to Nivud after pressing Ernal. Can't be bothered flying the little banana there. We're going to set our other nav2 to also intercept ILS, just to have two needles.
Double 607 through flight level 150 for flight level 180 direct to 2757.
Passing 10,000 feet, external lights on. That's
Air Portugal 1011 Heavy. Contact Lisbon arrival 125.13.
Contact Lisbon arrival 125.13. Air Portugal 1011 Heavy. Lisbon arrival. Air Portugal 1011 Heavy. Flight level 098. Information Yankee.
Air Portugal 1011 Heavy. Lisbon arrival. Good evening. 2NH1022 to expect ILS runway 02 with the basic transition.
QANH 102 to expect the ILS runway 02 with the Pacific transition. Air Portugal 1011 Heavy.
All aircraft be advised information Zulu now current. QNH 1022.
1022. Our transition altitude in Portugal is 4,000 feet. So where do you see 36,000? Where do you see 36,000? Oh, you mean on the upper panel? Well, that's because it's not really working correctly today. I'm not sure what. It was working a moment ago, but apparently it's not sending out the correct data. You can also see that the airplane is not correctly identified, nor is the airspeed. Yeah, it's broken. Sorry, telemetry is failed. Probably because the INS system isn't working. But we do have vertical speed, and apparently IAS indicated airspeed is also working. It's just the heading is messed up. It's just the navigation data that's messed up, and it's probably because I borked the INS system. Apologies. So we are at 8,000 feet. There's Lisbon for you guys. So as I pass Mazak, I'm going to request a direct to Inibuilds so that we can shorten the approach. Meanwhile, I believe I set this up. We just need the altimeters. Baro set and altimeters. This is the same thing. This is the same thing. Let's just check it. Landing lights after 10,000 have been performed, so this one's done. So let's go for the approach.
Clear direct 6. Cross 6 out or above 3,000 feet. Clear
not working apparently. Right, it's complete.
I'll get the approach flow done. Stand by.
This one's done.
That flow all set. Aircraft is yours.
Done. Ignition set on. Runway turn off lights, run nose wheel lights as the landing gear comes down. Auto brake set, it's already set for minimum. So let's make our landing calculations. I ended up not doing that. Oh yes, I did. So landing distance 1,973. We probably can go out on hotel. We'll see. Okay, let's request direct to Inibuilds.
Air Portugal 1011 Heavy. Request direct to fix.
Air Portugal 1011 Heavy. Roger. Say fix name.
Inibuilds.
Direct to Inibuilds. Air Portugal 1011 Heavy.
Air Portugal 1011 Heavy. Confirm direct
yes.
to
Inibuilds. Affirmative. Air Portugal 1011 Heavy.
Air Portugal 1011 Heavy. Roger. Clear direct to Inibuilds.
Clear direct to Inibuilds. Air Portugal 1011 Heavy.
Air Portugal 1011 Heavy. Descend to 3,000 feet. QNH 1022.
Descend to 3,000 feet. QNH 1022. Air Portugal 1011 Heavy.
Air Portugal 1011 Heavy. Clear direct 6. Cross 6 at or above 3,000 feet. Cleared ILS runway 02.
Cleared direct per 6. Cross 6 at or above 3,000 feet. Cleared ILS runway 02. Air Portugal 1011 Heavy.
KLM 64 Juliet. Contact Lisbon Tower 118.105.
Lisbon Tower 118.105. KLM 64 Juliet.
Set flaps 4.
Lisbon Travel, Air Up 39 Mike Zulu, good evening, flight level 09 and 8, we have Zulu on board.
Air Up 39 Mike Zulu, Lisbon Travel, QNH 1022, expect ILS runway 02 with the PESX transition.
QNH 102 to expect the ILS runway 02 with the PESX transition. Air Up 39 Mike Zulu.
Why is it not following heading? This plane has some little quirks that I just can't figure out. It just overshot my heading command. At least we're descending. Speed check flaps 10.
Flaps 10.
set localizer now. So QNH 1022. Set and
Erasmus 128. Contact Lisbon Tower 118.105.
Post to tower 118.105. Erasmus 128.
Done.
Era 39 Mike Zulu. Maintain 220 knots.
Maintain 220 knots. Era 39 Mike Zulu.
You can set flaps 4, flaps 10. Flaps 22.
Flaps 4. Flaps 10. Flaps 14.
I said
Flaps 18.
Okay, flaps 18. ILS. Actually, didn't intercept and localize as I was expecting it to do. So let's help it a little bit. Let's go track IR.
Air Portugal 1011 heavy. Climb to 3,000 feet. Minimum approach speed.
Climb to 3,000 feet. Minimum approach speed. Air Portugal 1011 heavy.
Minimum approach speed, copy. There's a runway right there. Flaps 22.
Flaps 22.
So our oh, sorry. Our approach velocity for approach is 148. And let's go for the ILS. Gear down. Runway heading. So let's go to 148 for full flaps.
Air Portugal 1011 heavy. Contact Lisbon Tower 118.105.
Over to tower 118.105.
ILS intercepted.
1011 heavy. Lisbon Tower. Air Portugal 1011 heavy. ILS runway 02.
Air Portugal 1011 heavy. Lisbon Tower. Continue.
Roger. Air Portugal 1011 heavy.
Let's go outside to enjoy the view.
South 128, Marnie ground 121.755.
Ground 121.755, Air Answer is 128, bye-bye.
Alright, let's go in. Autopilot disconnect. Let's fly this baby down. Get my feet on the pedals.
Air Portugal 1011 heavy, wind 325 at 13, runway 02 clear to land.
Runway 02 cleared to land. Air Portugal 1011 heavy.
Auto throttle disconnect.
Lisbon Tower, 3082, ILS runway 02.
3082, Lisbon Tower, continue.
Roger, 3082.
I'm trying to steer the plane left, but it's not really doing a good job. Yeah, it's more like it.
500.
Check.
500.
Check.
500.
Check again. Touchdown. Reversers. Check manual brakes.
Air Portugal 1011 heavy, exit next available taxiway.
Exit next available
Reverses
taxiway.
off.
Air Portugal 1011 heavy.
Manual brakes. Taxi lights off. On, I mean.
Wind 325 at 13, runway 02 clear to land.
Runway 02 clear to land, 3082.
Running after landing, check.
Air Portugal 1011 heavy, contact ground 121.755.
Ground 121.755. Air Portugal 1011 heavy. Bye bye.
Welcome to Lisbon. We got APU running. Yep. So let's call the ground now. Actually, let's allow ETC to select that for us.
Air Portugal 1011 Heavy. Request taxi to company gate.
Air Portugal 1011 Heavy. Ramp 706 taxi via uniform 4, Alpha 5, Whiskey 1, Deltas.
Ramp 706 via uniform 4, Alpha 5, Whiskey
There is
1,
no such
Delta. Air Portugal 1011 Heavy.
706. There's no such thing as ramp 706. What has this got 706? Oh. So, it already selected. Nice, okay. Didn't think it was working. So 706 is right here. What? Right there. 706. The first time ever parking here, at least for me. Alright, fine. Big plane to be parked here, but okay.
.3082, ramp 802 taxi via uniform, Alpha 5, Whiskey 1, Bravo. Ramp 802 via uniform, Alpha 5, Whiskey 1, Bravo, 3082.
I think GSX, beyond ETC and GSX, just don't understand this plane. Should go to a heavy gate. Are we there yet? That was weird. We got APU running?
No problem. Let's see. Parking flow. Ah, yep. Give me a second. Captain, that last flow is done. Aircraft is set.
Let's see this from the outside. It's gotta be a very interesting parking position. This yeah, this plane would never park here, but okay. At least it's in the boundary, but we just hit a lamp and we ran over the tug. And now these oh, and we also ingested a couple of stairs. Alright, so now let's request deboarding. What a mess. Alright guys, welcome to Lisbon. It was a nice landing, considering all the mess that I got into myself. So landing gear was extended, auto brakes set, nose wheel landing on, runway, turn off lights. No need for a go around. Post flight, so let's go for the after landing checklist. This was performed. Strobe lights, everything was performed. Continuous ignition to set off. That's the only thing I didn't set off. Windshield, heat panel, side windows off. So, captain and first officer. Stabilizer trim set 0. Done. Speed brake lever is forward. Flaps should be up.
Flap 0.
Radar set.
Air Portugal 289 heavy, gate 142. Request pushback and engine start.
Air Portugal 289 heavy, Lisbon ground, pushback approved. Face south.
Pushback approved. Face south. Air Portugal 289 heavy.
All crossfeed valve, tank pumps. Parking checklist, nose wheel, landing lights off, runway turn off, parking brakes set. Done and done. Fuel ignition switches turn off. They are off. Anti-collision light is off. Let's leave the position light and the logo light. INS all off. Completely bored that one. It was totally my bad. Transponder set to standby. ATM hydraulic pumps set to off. That's the guy on the back. Tank pumps, one on, APU lead latch. Alright. So welcome to Lisbon one more time. Quite a crazy parking position where we ended up with, right next to the Embraers from Portugal. Could at least gone to the heavy gates, to the heavy apron. This was the Inibuilds L-1011 Tristar 500. Let's just look at the cargo then. You are adamant at seeing the cargo. This is the luggage. And let's set a different camera here. Right, there's the unloading of the cargo and the bags as well. My take on this airplane, very complex. Practice makes it perfect, I suppose. I messed up with the INS system.
Ready to taxi to the active.
Air Portugal 289 heavy, runway 02 taxiway Alpha 4, Whiskey 2, Foxtrot.
I messed up with the INS system that ended up giving us a manual, almost manual approach. This airplane definitely needs some work. Definitely needs a few things to be tuned in. This luggage truck will go into the engine, for example. There's a lot of stuff that didn't work correctly. GSX didn't work correctly in the beginning. I also was unable to start the engines by myself. I had to load a panel state in order to get it to work. So a lot of work. I hope they end up updating the plane with a few fixes in the next few days. I'll wait a little longer for those updates to come, and when they do come, I promise to return to it and do another flight. But until then, just like I did with their A350 and their A340, Inibuilds does create some very fancy planes. They're beautiful planes. They work great when they work, but when they don't work, well, huge issues arise. And yeah, externally the plane looks great. I don't like the metal textures. They look a little plasticky, but overall the plane looks great in terms of modeling. It looks really good. Internally, the cabin is kitsch 1970s, which is fitting, but honestly it's up to one's taste. And the price, it's 55 euros, this plane. For the fact that you're only taking the 500, it's again a bit pricey. Do you like old style planes? Do you like classic planes, historic planes? This is the one to get. It doesn't get more classy than this, unless of course you end up having like a 707 in the future, or a 727, but still this one is one to go. I'm gonna keep on trying to fly it as best as I can, simply because it's my second favorite airplane of all time, and I really love it when it works. But the system's checklists aren't working correctly. They're missing items. The engine start sequence, as I said before, didn't work because of that. The sounds are great, although it's not fantastic. I don't know. I think the engine sounds are great, but not amazing. I've seen better stuff out there. Maybe I'm just not. Oh, look at that! The luggage cart just went in the engine, like I was saying. But yeah, should you buy this plane, I think I will advise you to wait till there's a promo, unless of course you like these old style planes and you really can't wait. If that's your case, then by all means go for it, but I would wait. I think this plane has a lot of potential, but not yet. And yeah, some stuff are really weird, some stuff are just quirky. It's up to you to decide whether or not you're willing to go with the little bugs and the small things. I, for one, I'm willing to bet on this plane in the future, but right now I'm going to give it some time to get better and improve. I also think the price is a bit too high, but it's within the margin of all the other add-ons prices, so they're not overcharging. I think overall the aviation models are overcharged in general, so this is just yet another example. And now the fuel truck is in the belly of the plane for some reason. I didn't even ask for refueling, but anyway. Guys, thank you so much for coming. If you like this type of content, don't forget to like and subscribe. Also, if you think your friends will enjoy, please do share with them. And as always, thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for being part of this project. And I'll see you next time. Hopefully, things will get better, as they always do. It's kind of a theme in this channel again. At this point, the next flight would always be better. So thank you Drexy, thank you Andrew, thank you Dinesh, thank you Angelo, Mirsha, and everybody else that showed up. See you next time.
Climbing up to touch the light, adventure calls me day and night. The wind, it sings a melody, guiding where I long to be. I'll spread my wings and chase the sun, no limits when the dream's begun. The world below fades out of sight as I soar stars above begin to shine, painting trails so bright and fine. Every turn brings something new, endless skies in brilliant blue. The wind, it sings a melody, guiding where I long to be. I'll spread my wings and chase the sun, no limits when the dream's begun. The world below fades out of sight as I soar into the light. I'll spread my wings and chase the sun, no limits when the drum's begun. The world below fades out of sight as I soar into the light.